Just a minute, please. Something has gone wrong. Please give me a second. I'm going to need to log out and come back in. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Zoom Master, can you help her display her screen? Elvis?
Yes, ma, I can hear you.
Yeah, could you help GTM Sonia display her screen, please?
I can
She's
do
struggling.
that from my end, ma. I'm not close to her.
But she did it a few minutes ago.
So she's a co-host now. Only her can share from her end, ma.
Yeah, except she shares the slides with the Zoom master. The slides are on her
Exactly.
system. So she's the only one that
Exactly.
can share the slides now.
Okay. So the session is recorded, it's being recorded, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you so much.
So, hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
Yes, sorry, my system crashed. Could you maybe please take the next person? Let me try and get my system back.
Okay then.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. We confirm that the second speaker is ready to take on the next 3 minutes.
Zoom Master. That she is suggesting that trainers should send the slides to Zoom Master as a backup.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
So I've gone through this, your team members, your team agreement, and okay, the roles of the area and division directors, identify members of the area and division council. Sorry, just trying to, okay, and ways to offer support. Let me just say, okay, the charter benefits, yeah, I've been through here. Okay, so this was our area director that I was referring to. So I said, yes, so we have the face, that's the face of an area, yeah? You have your area director is the face of an area. And so I asked that, what are the responsibilities of the area director? And we said to provide support and maintain regular contact with clubs, to visit the club at least twice a year, help the club enhance and maintain the quality, and oversee speech contests. Yeah, and as I did mention, I said these are just some of the expectations that I definitely did not list all. But of course, you know, you have your workbook, and as you go along, you'll be seeing you will know more about what your responsibilities are. Okay, so so this was the slide I showed about the area director being the head of the area council. And so the makeup of the entire area. So you have the area secretary, the club presidents, the vice president education, the vice president's membership. And as I said, it is recommended that you have an assistant area director, program quality, and an assistant director, club growth. Yeah, so these are recommendations. They're not absolutely necessary, but they would help the area director greatly in the execution of his or her work. Now, when we come to the division director, again, similar to the area director, the division director is the face of the division. The division director has the helicopter view of everything that happens within the division and is responsible for delivering the division at the end of the tenure to Toastmasters International, having the DCP goals in place and having added value in more ways than one to the division. So again, what are the division director's responsibilities? Again, I'm listing just a few: to supervise, motivate, and support area directors in their support of clubs. So you can see that the responsibility is quite large because Toastmasters is growing, and so it should, because we always pray for growth. And so indeed, when we grow, we see we have so many clubs. So there's a lot more work that goes into supervision, motivating, and supporting the area directors in their clubs. Similarly, the division directors are expected to hold at least 2 meetings a year with their division council. They are to coach and mentor the area directors. So once you've reached the position of a division director, you're an automatic mentor, because it is expected that you have the necessary experience, that you have had the necessary experience, you know, in all, or should I say, in most of the responsibilities of a club, club officer. So you'll be able to speak from experience, and that is what is really important. So it is expected that you would have been a club president at some stage, or you would have been a vice president education, vice president membership, even a vice president public relations, even sergeant at arms, right? So, and it is that experience that you now actually leverage on to coach, to direct, and to mentor your area directors. And then you are also, amongst other things, to coordinate and conduct your division speech contests. And I know that from what I've seen, that we are really improving on our speech contests year by year. And it's beautiful to see that when we see people building on what was there before, and you know, the strong foundations that have been laid, very strong foundations, because if they had not been laid in 1924, we would not be able to still build on them today. And also the division director is to serve as the division council chair, as I said, and hold at least 2 meetings per year. So this is the division director's, what his council looks like. So he or she chairs the meeting, and it comprises area directors, and you may also have assistant division directors, club quality, and assistant directors, club growth. It would really enhance your service within the division. So this now is the larger picture, where we see the division director with the area directors, the area secretary. So I don't know whether you have one. In my experience, we've not really had area secretaries or, you know, per se. So I don't know what the experience is. You may tell me later. So the club presidents, the vice presidents, education and membership. And then, of course, if you so wish, your assistant area director, program quality, your assistant area director, club growth, and the assistant area division director, program quality, and assistant division director, club growth. Now, the team composition. Now, of course, you would have already have chosen your teams, but it's important that when we are choosing our teams, that we look for competence, we look for experience, as opposed to looking for people who are making emotional decisions, looking for our friends, for people who have maybe that we say, okay, let's just give this person a chance, etc. And that is a risk, because if the person doesn't have the necessary experience, the whole team may falter, because in any team, we are only as strong as the weakest link. Yeah, so no matter how you say, okay, you have, a very heavy, so you have some very big weeks in your team and all that, but one weak link can destroy everything. So experience is key, competence is key, and of course, the willingness to serve is key. And then what are our values? Of course, we know the core values of Toastmasters: integrity, service, respect, and excellence. And these are the values that we build upon even within our team. And then the team operating principles, what you are to give the guidelines of the operating principles for your team. So everybody may have slightly different operating principles, but the focus remains the same. And your team members will key into that. We have to, of course, also look at the potential obstacles, because in life, nothing ever goes the way we expect it to. We could see it even just now. As prepared and ready as I was to, with my slides, something went wrong somewhere. And then how do you surmount these obstacles? How do you ensure that you get back on track as quickly and as seamlessly as possible? And then, of course, you must have your meeting protocol. So what is your order of meeting? When do you meet? And what do you do during your meetings? And the team interactions and behavioral norms. Of course, respect is one of our behavioral norms. So respect, everybody's voice is heard. Everybody is, permitted to speak. So these are some of the team interactions. So we don't dominate, we don't dictate, but we allow, everybody has an opinion, everybody has a right to be heard. So the team composition, okay, then the first part of both the area and division success plan is the team agreement, right? So you might want to have a look at it. It's in the International District Program, item 1490. So I suggest that, we all look at it. You will definitely get these slides after the meeting, so they can also serve as your guide as you go through your tenure. Now, we have our motivation. How do you motivate your team? And we can see in this particular slide, everybody is looking animated and happy. And that is really what we should be, looking out for. That if everybody is motivated, everybody is pulling together in the same direction, everybody understands what it's all about and is happy, then that exactly is what we have achieved our aim. So how do we motivate our teams? Right, we need to understand, motivation.
DTM, are you still there? We can't hear you.
Yes, she's right. We can't hear you. Trainer.
I think our network has thrown her out of the meeting room. I think she'll be back soon.
Okay.
Can you see my, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Oh, it's okay. I'm so sorry about that. My laptop is having an issue. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Right.
Your last screen was on team motivation.
To move it so it doesn't. Okay, just a second. Yes. The problem. Okay, so I'm sorry. So yes, understanding motivation can. Okay, so I did say we need to clarify expectations, recognizing your team, and lead by example. So next we have the conflict resolution. So when there is no team that does not have conflict at one point or another. So how do we resolve conflicts? Or even within our areas, within our divisions, conflicts may arise from time to time. So how do we resolve these conflicts? The first suggestion is that we talk in private. Let's not make it a public show, but we talk in private and let people understand, we hear out their grievances. Then share responsibility and agree to resolve issues. So there should be no blame game, no finger pointing. We share the responsibility. As leaders, you always share the responsibility. And then we present the viewpoint in an unemotional way. So whatever it is that the issue is, that whatever you have identified as the problem, be unemotional about it. Then determine the points of agreement and disagreement. Sometimes we may never even come to an agreement, but we understand each other's point of view. And then decide how to proceed on disagreements. So even if we do not disagree, how do we move forward? Because the important thing is that we need to move our teams forward, and we need to achieve our set down goals. And then we need to summarize the discussion in writing and move forward. So when we have our meeting, so we'll have probably the minutes of meeting, we write it, and then it's done. So we don't refer to it again. So these are ways of resolving conflict. Number one, as a leader, you need to be assertive. So as opposed to being emotional, you need to be assertive. Then you need to have empathy. You need to be able to facilitate the meeting. You need to be creative in problem solving. There should be accountability. You need to interview and listen to all parties concerned, and you need to mediate effectively. So this other slide shows us again, what could the problems be that arise? Competing, of course it's competitive, but then in competing, it should be healthy competition. Some people like to avoid or circumvent problems. And by doing that, the problems are increased. So the solution is collaboration and accommodation. So you accommodate somebody's maybe point of view or different style, and then you collaborate. And then again, you reach the needed compromise, and then you can move your teams forward. So in review, we have looked at the roles of area and division directors, and we have identified the members of the area councils and division councils and ways that these councils offer support. So we have described a team agreement and its benefits, and we know how to build trust and set expectations using these team agreements. And again, we know how to apply the 5 principles of motivation. And we now know how to use conflict resolution techniques in order to move our teams forward. So in conclusion, area and division directors have many responsibilities. We just touched on a few salient points. Area and division councils help the areas and divisions and the division directors. Team charters or team agreements help the teams to be effective and productive. And good team leaders employ the 5 principles of motivation. Resolving conflict allows teams to be more productive. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really, really sorry about this laptop, but we have actually come to the end. Yes. So the areas and division directors have, as I said, many responsibilities, and the area and division councils are the teams that help the area and division director to fulfill their roles, supporting the divisions, areas, and clubs. So a team agreement helps the team to be effective and productive by guiding the team, guiding the team members in determining their common values and goals and setting clear objectives. So good team leaders employ the 5 principles of motivation. And so understanding what motivates each team member, focusing on the value and the individual, and clarifying expectations, and recognizing the team members' work, leading by example, as I said, and taking steps to resolve conflict of teams that dispels negativity, relieves tension, and allows the teams to be more productive. So with this, we have come to the end of this presentation. I'm really, really sorry that it has been fraught with so many technical issues. This is the first time that I'm having this kind of an issue, but I thank you for your kind attention, and I take your questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DTM, for the impactful session. Yes, as much as we had some interruptions from technology, we were still able to get most of the lessons that you wanted to share with us today. Thank you very much, ma'am. The floor is now open for questions, and we have very little time for that. So please, if you have questions, kindly let us know. Okay, let me see. Do we have one? Yes, you can type them in the chat box, or you can indicate by raising your hand and we'll allow you. Okay, yes, we have one hand up. That is Area 37, Director, Division H, Adrian Bell. Please, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, dear Sonia Alana, for your presentation. It's true we had some disruptions, and I was really interested in when you were presenting what is expected from area director and his team building. You said it will be good. I could not really get all an area director needs to thrive in his mission. You said assistant area director, secretary area director, assistant area, club for club growth, and I could not really jot down all the positions needed to succeed in our missions as area directors. Please, can you please repeat that and clearly mention what are the job descriptions, what is expected from every officials at the level of the area. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the area director, you have an area secretary. It is recommended that you have an area secretary. So the secretary will assist you in keeping the records, the administrative records of your area. Then the positions under you are the club presidents. So they are your first reports. The club presidents of within the areas under your jurisdiction. Added to that, you have the vice president's education. The vice president's education of the areas under your jurisdiction, as well as the vice president's membership. Yeah. So now the recommendation is that in addition to that you may appoint, it is up to you, it is not mandatory, but you may appoint an assistant area director, club growth, and an assistant area director, program quality. So they would assist you in handling the aspects of program quality, the quality of all the clubs under your jurisdiction, and as well as the membership growth of the clubs under your jurisdiction. So I don't know whether you understood that now.
Yes, it's crystal clear now. I could clearly understand. So you said club growth and program quality, those positions are not mandatory.
Yes,
I may, or I'm okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any other hand up?
No,
Any
we
questions for the, okay. Thank you very much once again, DTM. So, okay, we have a hand up. Area 14, Division Director Josephine Agolo, please go ahead. Your mic is on mute. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, the very delectable, distinguished Toastmaster Soy Alana for that presentation. So my question would be, can we assign one of the club presidents under our area to serve as program quality director, or it's somebody just not an office, a club officer? Can we assign a club president to serve as the assistant area director, program quality?
Yes, you may.
Thank
You may. You're welcome.
Thank you. We still have a little time for questions whilst we wait for our second trainer. So please ask away.
So no more questions? Okay, can I ask you, for the area directors, I'll just ask the area directors, what do you think is maybe your greatest challenge in the execution of your tasks? Anybody may answer that, any of the area directors. You know, when we start a new position, sometimes we just have this feeling that, oh my goodness, you know, can I handle this and all that? But what do you think might be your area of your greatest
If I may
challenge?
answer,
Yes, please, go ahead.
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, as to the best of what I could observe last year, because last year I was the president of Monkamunu Toastmasters. Well, it is the only bilingual club of. Can you hear
It
me,
was
please?
Sid.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I think one of the biggest challenges is membership and motivation, because at times club officials are not motivated, and people come attend our sessions to be a kind of mesmerized by Toastmasters method. And when officials are not really motivated, it becomes difficult to convince new member to join us. Yes, so I think membership and motivation are definitely will definitely be the stepping stone on which the clubs are going to rely in order to attain their objectives. And successful clubs make successful areas make successful division. And I'm sure that if you are able to foster that motivation and to improve, to enhance our membership, then it will be wonderful. That it will be my greatest challenge. I know that.
Absolutely, and you've really hit the nail on the head, because it is club membership and membership retention. If you find that in many clubs you find there were members, and then after some time you don't see them again. So what makes them go away, and how can you bring them back? And that is one thing I would really like for you, the area directors, to focus on. Challenge your presidents to go up and your vice president's membership to go after the old members that have not been attending anymore. Find out why. Maybe have a special event where you invite them. You know, give them a particular task. You know, to maybe to speak, to challenge, to share something, and get them back involved in the system. You know, there's also an issue we have in Africa, and that's the membership dues. But I don't think I can really address it here now. But some people do fall away because of the membership dues, the exchange rate, etc. But apart from that, how can we motivate them that in spite of that, we can retain members? I think that's very important. I can see 2 hands up.
Yes, in the order in which they appear here, Area Director for Area 16, Division D, Fumi Omotosho, please unmute your mic and answer the question.
Thank you very much. Toastmaster Sonye Alana, DTM, it's so good to see you again this morning, to see your beautiful face. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I just wanted to buttress what TM Bell and DTM Alana just said, because it's the economic realities. Having served as VPE, as president and IPP of my club, I know that the economic realities is the one that affects people most. And we see people even coming to meeting. They are members because they attend meetings, but they are not members according to Toastmasters standards because they've not paid their dues. And that is one thing but one thing that also helps, which I just want to chip in now, is the fact that they can pay twice. Toastmasters give the opportunity that you can pay for 6 months, then you pay for 6 months. So that makes us to encourage people. Toastmasters do not even encourage us as leaders to pay membership dues for our members, but we can encourage them to start early. Maybe they need to save, maybe they need to there's something we do that will thrift and save and something, so that at least you get the 6 months sorted, then you start looking for the other 6 months. So I just wanted to talk about the economic realities that is affecting our people. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, and you're quite right. You know, it's very true. And even paying twice is difficult for some people. And you know, as you spoke, something just even cropped up in my mind. I've noticed that some people are fielded as officers, as role players in some clubs. You know, general evaluator, evaluators, etc. But they are not in good standing. So please, area directors, tell your presidents if you are fielding any, in any of the roles, from other, when you have members from other clubs, ensure that they are in good standing before you field them. Because if a member is not in good standing, he or she is not permitted to play a role, okay, in another club. So that was just an aside.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. And the last hand I can see here is that of the area director, Division 10, Division C. Toastmaster Muminat, please unmute your mic and answer the
Thank you very
question.
much,
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Toastmaster Amina. Good morning, leaders in the house. A very special good morning to my leader, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia, for that very beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. The question you asked about obstacle, I would like to raise one, which I think is an area director would have, might be if you do not have the cooperation of your club president. It's a very big challenge for area directors. Of course, some of us we are lucky to have their cooperation. But of course, this is a challenge that area directors will have. If you have a club president who is not ready to work with you, despite not even knowing you, or maybe or have known you before anything can happen. So it's very important for us to have this harmonious relationship with them, team building, so that they can cooperate with us. We are going to make our job very difficult. I think that's something we should just look out for and try to be friends with them, cooperate with them, and you be empathetic with them when they have issues and try to work with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toastmaster Mumina. That is a very, very important point that you raised. Because if you don't have the cooperation, you can't agree. And if you can't agree, you can't move your area forward. So yes, what you've actually mentioned, and you've also given the answer. Team building. Sometimes we have preconceived notions. And this is where your dexterity as a leader now comes into play. If somebody doesn't want to work with you, but they still have to respect you as a leader, regardless. And sometimes the impression they may have of you may be totally false. So what you can do, if you notice that kind of thing, you can maybe decide to have a team building afternoon. Where everybody comes together, you do team building, and during the course of that interactions, a lot of barriers can be broken down. So you have to look, that is the creative way that we look at that I talked about in conflict resolution. These are the creative ways of thinking outside the box of how can we get closer, because you need to be close to your presidents. And they need to be able to trust you, because if they don't, you have a problem. So thank you for that. So
I cannot see any more hands up. Sorry, ma'am, go ahead.
no, I was about to hand the floor back to you, Madam Moderator. Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So I can't see any more hands up. And as much as I was enjoying the session, we would have to close the session now. But ma'am, kindly hold on, because our second trainer, it's not yet in the room.
Okay. So I would like to ask, if I have some time, the division directors.
Yes, please, you do. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to ask the division directors the same question. Now, you see, having been a club president, having served as a club officer, having been possibly even an area director, is a different kettle of fish from being a division director. What are your greatest fears, my division directors? What are your greatest fears? And of course, you might have seen your predecessors, and you might have formed opinions on them, either positive or negative. So what do you want to do? What do you think you need to avoid? What are your fears? So let's just have a conversation.
I like these questions very much and would like them to put the answers in the chat. Thank you. Dr.
Sorry, DTM, ma'am, we didn't hear what you said. Can you say again?
I'm thanking her for her questions, and I would like people to answer in the chat so that we can have all the answers even later. Thank you for the report. Thank you, Madam Moderator Amina, and thank you, Sonia.
You're
for
welcome.
interrupting.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Division directors,
So-
okay. We have somebody's hand up.
Oh, okay, yes. We have area director, Division 18, Eddie Jimmy. Please unmute your mic and go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful session, our DTM and moderator. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to ask, we may have been in different positions, VPE, president, but personally, this is my first time being an area director. I want to believe few of us who are area directors are in the same mold. So I want to ask, I know you've experienced this before. What is that thing we should really look out for? Maybe fears, maybe some unexpected that you should ask us or point them to us so we can perform better.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Eddie, for that question. You're right. And the thing I think that you should look out for is the slowing down of the momentum. When the mandate starts, everybody's in high spirits and you have high expectations. But then, if you're not careful, there is going to be a slowing down gradually and a fizzling out. So you need to, that's why I said it's important for you to chart your activities, from now, so that you can be sure that that momentum is maintained. And then you need to also motivate your club presidents actively. You need to show them support. Sometimes tell them you're coming to visit. Even you can see you are to visit your clubs at least twice a year, right? But you can visit them more than that. Sometimes let it be an unexpected visit by the area director and all that. So you have, you get some excitement, you get some hype into the clubs, and the clubs will also be on their toes, because they say they can never tell when the area director will show up. So you can decide to have an area director's prize for something or the other. You can just, think outside the box and just make it lively and be creative. And you don't even need to involve money to be creative, but just just a little thing. Just by being there and recognizing them. People like affirmation. They like to be recognized. And when they know that they're recognized and they're validated, it also motivates them. So motivation is absolute key, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, our DTM, for this very impactful session. It was a pleasure to have you this morning, train us and to teach us indeed how we can develop successful clubs. Thank you, and thank you very much.
You're
We
welcome.
have our, thank you, ma'am. We have our second trainer in the room. And having learned how we can develop successful teams, I'm pretty sure we're interested in how we can take our clubs to the next level by enhancing our meeting quality. So let's explore strategies to boost engagement, right? And how we can also develop our teams to be successful in this administration. Our next trainer is an accomplished and seasoned Toastmaster. She is a leadership and development consultant, a speaker, a trainer with over 2 decades of experience in communication and organizational growth. She is also a capacity builder, known for her inspiring and practical training style. She believes in the core values of Toastmasters: integrity, service, excellence, and respect. She is the founder, A+ Trainers, a leading training and capacity building company committed to developing people. She has held various roles in Toastmasters, from club president, Unity Toastmasters Club, to area director, district logistic manager, and conference chair for District 94 Conference 2025. She has also served as a club mentor and coach. She's a Hubert Humphrey Fellow and a prestigious U.S. government award. She also has the Hubert Humphrey Fellow, a prestigious U.S. government award, recognizing our outstanding contributions to leadership and public service in Nigeria. With a resounding virtual applause, let's welcome our second trainer for the day, Titi Ojo, DTM. Ma'am, the virtual lectern is yours.
morning, everyone. Good morning, area directors and division directors. Good morning. Can I hear you? Maybe give me a wave or just do something.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Our chair
morning,
for
Good
TT.
Good morning.
Good
Happy to have
morning.
to be here today, and thanks for the invitation to facilitate this. Thank you, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm seeing faces. It's already exciting already. Our chair for education and training. Well done for this. Well done. I was able to catch a few bites from DTM Science session, and that's quite interesting because I heard her saying that as area directors, when you visit, you should have surprise visits beyond your those two stipulated times you go to your club. And that's one of the things I was even going to talk about in my training. So it's good that she has also put that forward because, yeah, surprise visits are very good, right? So can I want to share my screen now.
Yes, you're a co-host now.
I do that. Let me check it out. Right, let me just share my screen. Okay, Zoom Master, well done. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm gonna take just a minute. Okay. So can you see the full slideshow?
It's showing that you started screen sharing,
Can you
but
see
we're
it
not
yet?
seeing anything
I'm not
yet.
sure I can see it myself.
No, not yet. No,
not yet. Okay, just
not yet.
Okay, I think now you should. Can you see it
No.
now?
No.
It's showing as if it's shared here, so I want to be sure that it's shared where you are.
This time.
Yes, we can see it now. It's up now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So welcome to the session on the topic of my session is enhance club quality. I know in Toastmasters, club quality is top of mind. So I have to start by asking the question. Now we have 1 hour, so there's a whole lot to do. And we have some case studies I would like us to discuss, so I might fly a bit. But the first, I'm going to today we're going to discuss quality clubs, preparing to know your club, club visits, resources, yes, and then on it goes. But I want to ask you the question first. What does club quality mean to you? What is club quality? What are the indicators that show that, oh, this club, the quality here is what it should be as a Toastmasters club? So what is club quality? Because you need to understand that first before you know how to enhance it. So can somebody tell me, if you could unmute yourself, what is club quality? And also feel free to type in the chat box. So what's club quality? Someone let me know. Yes? Who is leading that? What is club quality? Yes? Can I see?
Good morning.
You could also put it in the box, so that's great. So I can also read and also hear you. Okay, yes. What's club quality?
A quality club is a club that checks the items of the moment of truth.
So when you say items of the moment of truth, what are the items on the moment of truth? I want to understand that. Yes. What are the items on the moment of truth? Let me be sure that we all understand it. Yes? Abubakar, that you are the one on the call. Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to switch on my video. According to the moment of truth, we have first impressions.
Right.
We have membership orientation of a club. We have membership retention.
Yes. You've done well. At least you remember 3.
I forgot the other 3.
You remember 3. Okay. Who can help us with the other 3? But that's good. So the moment of truth seems to be a standard, honestly, to look at what our clubs, how well our clubs are faring. And of course, that's one of the things area directors do when you come to your club meetings to look at it. Let's discuss this and see how we're doing well. So who else can give me the remaining 3? Yes?
So there's fellowship, variety.
Okay.
There's fellowship, variety, and communication. There's meeting organization.
Yes. That's Omobolariwa, Division D.
Yeah.
Okay, happy to see you today, Valeria. All right, so let's just move it very quickly. The moments of truth, they're pivotal to club quality, really, and that's why when you visit clubs, today I'm talking to area and division directors, by the way, but the area directors are the linkage, that we are the linkage between the club and the district. And you're directly working with the clubs to ensure that the quality of the clubs are guaranteed. And that's why your role is absolutely important. And that's also why whenever you visit your club, at least those two sessions, that first half and the second half, when you visit your club, we discuss that moment of truth. And it's important also because quality clubs lead to membership retention. Have you ever gone to a club meeting and you wonder why, maybe the way the proceedings that day or the way they welcome their first-timers became something that gave you some concern? New members will come to the club and they probably won't even come back. I've had situations like that where someone visited a club and they never came back. And why I would ask them, why didn't you return? They had one thing or the other to say. So quality club environments lead to membership retention. And if your clubs are well planned, of course, a new member would love it too, because everybody wants to attend a meeting that is well planned. And from the first impression that a first timer has about your club, he's already deciding right there whether to stay or leave. It's important that even in our clubs, our meetings are well planned, they're well attended, they're well organized, and the meeting is fun. It's just fun. We bring in activities that make people laugh, and while giving our speeches, we want to also have fun while doing so. Quality clubs ensure that members improve their communication and leadership skills, and also give members an opportunity to learn and grow. And if you ask me, the reasons why most of us have joined Toastmasters is that opportunity to learn and grow, and clubs need to provide that. So let's look at membership. Membership. How do clubs attract and retain members? Let's have this conversation. How do clubs attract? So I'm talking about attracting and retaining, because there's a part of attraction, there's a part of retention. And I remember very well when I presented the Moment of Truth, when I was area director, area governor during our own time. One of the major problems that Toastmasters has is membership retention, members retention. It has been a big issue. Of course, there are different reasons why members leave. Some of us know this. Some relocate completely. Some find an alternative program. They go join an orators club somewhere because Toastmasters is not meeting their needs. And for so many, in fact, they said about 1% will die. And that's why they're no longer members of your club. So the question here is, how do clubs attract and retain members? Can we discuss this? And you have answers to my questions. You can also put it in the chat. How do clubs attract and retain members? Yes. How? Let's have this conversation. Because as area directors, as division directors, I'll be also monitoring and managing your area directors. You need to understand this. Because that way, if you understand that, you can help the clubs. So how do clubs attract and retain members? Let's have a conversation. Can we have that typed in the chat box so that makes it faster? And if you want to unmute yourself, you can do that very quickly and have a conversation. So how do we attract and retain members? Yes, our clubs. How do we attract members and retain them? Should I call names? Maybe I'll have to do that. Let me look at our list. Iyang, I can see you here. Yes, can I hear you? How do clubs attract and retain members? Iyang, DTM, are you there? How do clubs attract and retain members? I can hear Iyang and I have a feeling he's speaking. What about, okay, Division D, Fumi Omotosho, are you there? Can you answer this question? How do clubs attract and retain members? And then I think somebody raised a hand now. Let me be sure I got that person.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Okay, yeah, you're here. I can hear you now. Okay, I see Josephine Agolo raised her hand. So after Iyang, Josephine goes after. Yes, let's have this conversation. How do clubs attract and retain members? Yes.
Okay, the first thing with regards to attracting borders on publicity. That's the first thing with regards to attracting members to your club. The first thing is for you to have a robust publicity plan. And
okay,
right
good.
now,
so talk about publicity. Excellent, yes.
very, very important. The first thing is publicity, and it has to be very deliberate. It has to be intentional. Now, when you have brought people, when you have brought, when you've attracted people to.
I've lost you again. I'm not sure if
club.
it's my sound or yours. Ian, I can't hear you again.
I don't know. Can anyone else confirm? Can hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I said the first thing is that you attract by a robust and very deliberate publicity plan, and then it is the experience that your guests have.
Your sound has gone off again. I don't know why. Maybe it's you or me.
I don't know. Is it me, please?
Your sound has gone off
I can
again.
hear him.
But one major point you made was a robust publicity plan, because that's what brings in the member.
Yes.
Okay, just
you know,
okay.
That's why I usually say that the extent to which you have driven your publicity, the number of guests that come to your club meetings will determine how much conversion you are going to succeed at. Because a lot of times you need to know, sometimes for you to be able to convert one person to become a member, you probably need to have reached about 50 to 100 people, just for one. I mean, sometimes it can be that serious.
Yeah.
So the extent to which you have driven your publicity to attract persons to your club is a huge determinant of how many persons you will eventually convert. And of course, when they come to the meeting, what experience do they have? Did they get to feel welcome? Do they feel welcome?
Good. Right.
Now, what is the quality of speeches? Were they impressed? Do they also have a sense that it's a conducive place where they will not face criticism? I mean, you know, a lot of times people come because they want to enhance their capacity to speak confidently before a live audience. And it is a scary experience. Now, will anybody will a guest come to your meeting and sense that he cannot be vulnerable? Now, all of these are the experiences that will eventually determine if the person you have attracted to your meeting as a guest is likely to come back and eventually become a member.
Okay, so I love your contribution. Publicity awareness in the first place draws the people in. And when they come in, what do they see? What do they experience? It helps them to make a decision. Am I going to stay or not? Some are even guests. Like we used to make fun of those. We call them perpetual guests. You know, I'm sure you remember that some of our guests that they've become, what do we call them, in fact? There's a name we call them. They're just guests. They've been guests forever. And then we tried to coin a name for people like that. And at a point, we told them, guy, you just have to register, please. You've done to ABBA. You've just been coming. You've been coming as a guest. It's fine. But you should also ask a question. How would someone be coming for 10 meetings, 20 meetings? Is there almost all year and still a guest? Why is it not registered? Sometimes those are people we should really sit down and have a candid conversation. What exactly is the problem here? But the good thing is once we attract people, and this is it, even in life, something brings you into a space. If you're going to stay depends on you, and it depends on what you see. So I'll just take DTM Ian for now because of the time we have. But that's a great one. Publicity is very important. So as area directors, they're going to be working directly with the clubs. These are some of the things you're also going to be looking at. Especially when you look at a club that they don't have good membership. Most of their members probably, maybe new members within the whole Toastmasters year, there's even zero membership. These are things you might want to find out, okay? I have a few answers here though, that's been provided. Let's see. So how do we attract and retain members? You've asked that. But of course, when we look at the moment of truth, first time, the first impressions, in fact, the moment of truth gives us a really good standard. The person comes a second time, meetings are boring, evaluations are really boring. It doesn't seem to see everybody here as an authority. And indeed, I keep saying that we're not authorities in this field. Everybody's also still learning. We're work in progress. But do role players also prepare well for their roles? Because sometimes when we are tardy about our role, somebody might stay. Not everybody loves an environment, everything is tardy. The grammarian is giving a tardy evaluation. The speech evaluator is he hasn't even caught half of what he should catch in the feedback. The first timer can even give a better evaluation. We know these things happen in our clubs. And it's part of club quality. So how do our role players also prepare for their roles? So they just show up suddenly and everywhere is so tardy. I remember I was at a club meeting And truly, 2 people were giving their roles. They were playing their role for the first time that day. And I was the general evaluator. I had to step in at some point because truly they struggled throughout. And I felt if there was a first timer in this meeting, that day, that was the first timer, the first time I would probably not come back because it wasn't well done. That's the truth. But one thing I did as a general evaluator was to tell the audience that these 5 people are playing their roles for the first time. And in Toastmasters, we learn by doing. So, and I said, we need to celebrate them because they're doing this for the first time. And no matter how tardy or wobbly this looks like, the next time you come here and you see these people playing this role, they would have gone a step higher. And this is how we push people forward to do those roles. So somehow I had to clear that in the minds of first timers. It might be things we need to do. Because the first timers, sometimes they come into the club thinking every one of us are so perfect at speaking. And then they see someone being wobbly or tardy at their role. It's also important to let first timers know that this is how we grow here. Okay, this might be a first timers role. And by this, they're learning also. And then, yes, when you join Toastmasters, you learn through experience. These are things we can kind of interventions during our meetings. Then, of course, the Toastmasters education program, there's a question that says, how can the club help its members to meet their personal and professional education goals? Let me say here that many people join Toastmasters to meet their personal goals and professional education goals. So can somebody tell me here, so the person that to speak earlier, if they're still on the call, is that Josephine? Josephine, I think I'll call you now. How can club help its members meet their personal and professional education goals? So what are personal goals? Some of us join Toastmasters because we wanted to just improve our public speaking. That's personal. Some want to get a promotion because if they can speak and communicate well and lead well, and they can get promoted at work, they can get more, there will be more trust in their capabilities at work. So how can the Toastmasters education, of course I run the Toastmasters education program, but how can the club help each member meet their personal and professional education goals? Josephine, can you answer that question? Are you on the call? Let's do this very quickly, because I have like 3 questions here.
Can you hear me now?
So Josephine or Omotosho? Josephine, are you there? Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you give a try at this? Josephine Golo, yes. You're welcome. Yes, go on, please.
All right, thank you very much. The very distinguished Toastmaster Ojo, it's good to see you again. So your question is, how can the club help its member meet their personal and professional goals?
Yes.
Toastmasters program is already arranged in such a way that even if yours is public speaking, just encourage the member to pick up one of the pathways that so suits them. They look at it, that so suits them, and encourage them to speak, encourage them to take up roles, because that is when they have the opportunity to build their public speaking skills, because by so doing, they will get feedback. When they incorporate those feedback, they will definitely get better at what they are doing. Therefore, those who would want to upscale or thrust at their workplace, get higher position, leadership position, bring them on board, let them come and take up leadership positions, starting from the sergeant at arms, secretary, whatever role that they could start from. It's better to start. There's no role that is small in Toastmasters, but give them the opportunity to take up a role so that they begin to build on that, and they will see themselves becoming better at leading wherever they find themselves. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned very key things. One is, of course, let the members, and I'm adding a bit to it, let members even first understand the Toastmasters program itself, the Toastmasters education program, and the potential it has to help them achieve these goals that they're here for. Another thing would be to encourage them as well, encourage them to give their speeches, encourage them to play roles. So there's 2 roles. Through these roles, they build their leadership capacity, right? So you need to encourage them. You need to ensure that. I remember when I joined Toastmasters, I was, for 3 months, I didn't want to do anything. I guess I was just sitting there until my mentor drew me out and said, you have to play a role today. So you need to encourage them. Okay, so TM Ian wants to say something. Just on this last one. And last thing, Of course, I want to mention that in addition to that, you should assign mentors, definitely, because mentors also need to monitor members. If I have a mentor that checks on me from time to time to understand, is this my goal here? And have I met it? A mentor is able to do that one-on-one, which is very helpful. So I have, Fumi, I'm not so sure, yes, I have your hands, I can see your hands. What you add to that?
Thank you very much, my darling Titi Lope Ojo.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to add something. You know, from the onset, when somebody indicates interest, or when we have somebody pay newly, or somebody just indicated interest to be a member of our clubs, one of the best things we can do to them is to take them through the level pathways and help them to choose a pathway that is relevant to their personal, professional, and educational development. So from day one, if it is project management, or if it is a motivational strategies, if they want to have presentation mastery, or if they just, you know, some of them, they are engineers and they just go through the 11 pathways. Some of them, they feel they are too rigid. I want to engage. I want to now to be a better humorist, and they choose engaging humor. So from day one, it will be good if we lay that proper foundation for our members, that from the onset, choose a pathway that aligns with your professional, educational, and personal goals. So that is a good foundation to start.
I love that. I love that. So build a solid foundation for them. Let them even understand this education program. There are many pathways. Let them know this pathway will lead to this. This pathway these are potentials. They could ask questions. They could see the pathways and say, what if I take strategic planning? You know, so it's very key, because that decision has to be made from the onset. And then, of course, the issue of encouraging them to take their speeches, enabling them to play roles. Of course, thank God that we have a structured program in Toastmasters. And it's also important that our members understand it. They should understand it, because some just jump right into the whole, let me just start giving speeches. They really don't have a holistic view of how this whole thing runs, how the leadership plugs into the education, how the education plugs into the leadership, how they win, how they get their awards. A lot of our members, I'm telling you, if you don't set a platform for them to get this right, they will just be running blindly. Of course, every day they give speeches and they believe it's adding up to something, but they should have a goal, an end goal, and they should understand how everything works together, how it all fits, where the handshakes are happening, and how it's helping them and enabling them to achieve the goals for which they have joined in the first place. So we have the club leadership part of it too. How do club officers affect club quality and the members' experience? Can we type that in the box? I want to get quite a number of us typing right now. How do club officers affect club quality and the member experience? Yes, because club officers have a role to play here too. You know, we've talked about the moments of truth, and these are part of our moments of truth. At the end of the day, we are trying to look at all the aspects that make for club quality, so that when you are visiting your clubs or you are relating with the clubs, these are the things you're looking out for. So club officers are very key in this equation. How do club officers affect club quality? Can we type in the box? I want to see what our answers are. Yes, let's see. Club officers, how do you affect? So I'm seeing a lot of comments. I'm acknowledging that right now. Can we type? Can we type? I want us all to be active in this class today. How do club officers affect club quality? So if someone says it's enthusiasm, when I say enthusiasm of club officers, what would that mean? Maybe they're active in club meetings, they're playing their role as they should. See, the Toastmasters International, there's a standard. We have 7 club officers, and there's a reason why we have 7. And everyone, if they can play their roles well, then the club will succeed on many grounds. Somebody says they're present or officers in club meetings. Absolutely. Playing their roles well, showing interest in individual members' growth. So you're in charge of membership, yes. BP membership, for example, and you're not showing interest in your members' growth. Then what kind of leader are you? So these are questions we need to ask. Club leaders have a great role to play when it comes to club quality. The way we carry ourselves, the way that we conduct ourselves, absolutely important. There are clubs where club officers disappear completely, and one person shoulders all the responsibility for the whole year. You'll be shocked that club members are watching, and some would not, they will not renew their membership because we have not also demonstrated what true leadership is about. So this is very, very important for us. Club leadership, the leadership quality absolutely is important. Now let's quickly look at this question. So club, area directors, you do a lot with your clubs, right? Before you visit your club, where and how do you gather information about that club? So the question here is, how can area directors gather information about a club? Where can you get information about your club? Before calling, emailing, or visiting. So you have your area, most of you have four clubs, or four clubs. And in some exceptional cases, an area would have 5. But as an area director, where do you gather information about a club? Where? Yes? Where can you get that information? Can I hear you? Can I hear someone tell me? Or you also put it in the chat. Because there's something about visiting your club in person, and there's a part of also gathering information about that club to help you understand that club and know the areas where you need to get more information, and also, of course, mentor that club as well. So tell me about it. How can area directors gather? Yes, we have DTM Ian, yes. How can area directors gather information about a club before calling, emailing, or visiting? Yes, can we hear you?
You can get it from the dashboard.
Good, the dashboard, yes. Excellent.
And then you can also have a conversation with the area director you're succeeding.
Exactly. That's a good one. That's a good one. In fact, the dashboard opens up the data around your club. So that, and data speaks volumes. When you see a club and you see that this number of members they have, and you see where they're not doing well, you can see that on the dashboard. It's important. We visit the dashboard regularly. Our clubs, let's know what's going on there. I love the fact that you can also speak to the immediate past area director, because at least he has fresh insights on the clubs that are under your area. So that's a good one. Does anyone have, let me see whether anyone has put something in the chat. Yes. How do you know? DCP history online presence, exactly. So I have that. Thank you very much. I've seen that. So area directors, and what is the role? Now, what is the role of division directors in all of this? We keep saying that area directors from the link, of course, because they directly have to supervise clubs. What is the role of the division director? What's the role? Any division director here will tell me, what is your role as a division director in this hierarchy? So we have the club, the area directors are directly above the clubs. And then, of course, there's a division director above the area directors. What is your role? Yes? What is your role? What is the role of the division director in all of this? And how can the area director and division director have a relationship that works and percolates down to the club success and club quality? Can someone also answer that question? I'm sure some of you have been in this seat before now. So can someone tell me about this? How have some of your area directors, how have your division directors in the past? Some of you are moving into this space as well. And also some of you here are division directors. How have you been able to work with area directors either way to ensure club quality? And I've seen a lot of our clubs are getting president distinguished. They're getting awards all over the place. How has this happened? How has the handshake between area directors and division directors worked? Can someone share a personal experience here? Yes, who is here to share a personal experience? Yes.
So it's important that you have that handshake at the periodic meetings. Very important. You have to have a meeting because as the division director, you actually, even though the area directors are district officers, you as a district officer also have the responsibility to oversee their activities as area directors. So periodic meetings, very, very important. Feedback, you also have access to the dashboard so you can see how well the clubs are doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, when you have access to that, you can call the attention of the area director to it, because you're also feeding into what the area director could do with the clubs. So this is very important. That handshake is so key. The area director is not just left alone on his own. Yes, he's doing his work, he's relating with the club, he's calling the club president, he's doing all of that. But division director, you also have another layer of leadership where you're overseeing your area directors and you're showing that they succeed as well. Because in Toastmasters, successful clubs, when our clubs succeed, the area succeeds. If the area directors succeed, the division succeeds. The division director also gets accolades for that. So then that linkage is so closely knitted that we all have to play our role as we move on. So let's look at club scenarios. Okay, this is, who knows what this club, what's this? This club I have on the screen, what club is this? Perhaps you find yourself there too. What club is this?
Unity.
So this is my teaser. What club is this? Yes, Oluda, I see Joseph.
Club. Unity Toastmasters Club.
What club is on your screen? You said?
Unity Toastmasters Club.
Unity Toastmasters Club.
Yeah, so you got my question right. Well done. Unity Toastmasters Club. I just like to use this, but this was I think that was a change of guard ceremony. Now we're looking at preparing to know your club scenario. I'm a proud member of Unity Toastmasters, by the way. I guess that's why I put this picture here, although I'm not even there. All right, so let's look at some scenarios, and these are very interesting scenarios I want us to discuss. It's in your manual as well, but because we're not using manuals, I had to put it up here. There are 2 scenarios we're going to discuss, and I want us to type our responses very fast so that it makes this very fast because we don't have so much time as such anymore. So scenario 1, the scenario is about low membership. Area Director Maloney reviews Cookie Club's DCP report and discovers the club has low membership. So the question is, what could Area Director Maloney ask Cookie Club's president in order to gather helpful information about this issue? Yes? So let's chat about that. So this Area Director reviews Cookie Club's DCP report and discovers the club has low membership. So what questions should this Area Director ask the president so that I can gather helpful information about what is happening at this point, why they have low membership? Yes, let me see that. Yes, let's do this. I'm noting those that are not typing or getting involved in this conversation. I'm noting you. I'll give you your report card after this. Everybody should be involved. So let's know this. What questions should you ask the club president? You've looked at their DCP, their membership is really low, and membership is very key when it comes to our moments, right? And our DCP goals, membership is a major component of that. So you've seen this as an area director. What questions should you ask the president? Yes? Quick. Can we type that? I'm not seeing anybody typing. So yes, membership strength for previous payment period. Okay. It says you should ask about membership strength. So previous payment period, I mean paid. And how come we have just 2? So it's possible that somebody not renew. It's possible. So that would lead us somewhere. Yes. What other questions would you ask? What other questions should you ask this person? Okay, assuming the person was VP at the time. Okay, membership trends in the past. Yes, you can ask about membership trends because there could be a trend. There could be a trend. It's possible that this club has suffered this so many times that they have to be borrowing members from other clubs to make up for the last 2 years. Then we need to sit down and say, why is it this case? Is it their location? Is it the kind of leaders? Is it the quality? Those are very critical. Then someone said, what efforts were made to boost membership? I see low membership. What efforts are you making? What have you done so far that has helped? Whatever. And then as the area director could suggest, can we run some programs? Can we do this to attract members and find a way to retain them? So somebody said, what are the challenges you're facing about retaining club members? It's very key. Challenges, because if it's this low, do you know that you could be in a club and you see 40 people in the meeting and only 5 of them are members, paid members? That happens a lot. So it's the DCP that gives us the true picture. You come to a club meeting and 35 people are sitting in the room, but just 5 people are members, paid members. So the DCP gives us that scorecard and it helps you to ask the question. Questions about, have you reached out to old members? Oh, that's great. Have you reached out? Is there a follow-up system for guests? That's very important. Is there a follow-up system for guests? When people come in for the first time, do you follow them up? Do you call them afterwards? Do you ask them questions? Or did you enjoy a club meeting? And all of that. Do you educate them more why being a member of Toastmasters is going to help them in their career, their personal lives? Some first timers just want somebody to speak to them because some may be shy to even ask questions and they've left already. So a call would be great. And please, that reminds me, when your club meetings, you have a register. For some of you, I see a lot of registers anyway around club meetings, But if you don't have a register, ensure you have one, because that helps you to capture guests for that meeting. And yes, there's a question around what have you done recently to attract members? Are members getting real value for their membership? What kind of experience do guests have when they visit your club? That kind of question means that you are getting feedback from guests. And what is your experience like? The first time you came, what's your experience? So these are very good questions. So this is a very good scenario we've discussed. Scenario 2, and I love the fact that we're typing this in because it helps me to read this very fast. Scenario 2 is education awards. Let's look at the case study here. Area Director Martin reviews Cat Lover Club's DCP report and discovers no one has earned an education award this year. As in, a whole year has gone and no one has earned an education award. They've not even moved. So question, what could the Area Director Martin ask Cat Lover Club's president in order to gather full information about this issue? Yes? What questions can he ask? It's important we discuss this because this is not a matter of you should do this. It's about thinking together and brainstorming. What are the things we should be doing in situations like this? So what question should the president, the area director, ask Cat Lover Club's president, knowing that no one has earned a DCP, none, not DCP award. That's worrisome, right? So let me see your feedback. Good. So someone says, have your members been allocated mentors? Excellent. Does the VP understand how to log education records? Oh my God, this is key because the VP might not be logging in. So there's no record at all. Are club members speaking at all? How regularly do they have meetings? Do members give speeches in meetings? Are new members being properly inducted to the club? Do they all have mentors? Now we see the mentors thing coming up very strongly because mentors have a great role to play in ensuring that club members fulfill their leadership and education goals, of course, for joining the Toastmasters. And this is very key. So are they properly inducted? Do they have mentors? Focus should be on the club success plan. So what is your club success plan? Can we see it? Because your club success plan also shows how you want to achieve these things for the year. So if you tell me that you want to have 3 DTMs in your club for a full year and none is there, then what is the plan you had for getting your 3 DTMs? You want to have 3 people or 4 people finishing their level 5 or level 4 or level 3 or level 2. What is the plan? What is that? What is the plan in your club success plan to achieve that? Because this is very critical. In fact, as an area director, you should see the club success plan. It's very key because it helps you to also know where the problems might be. Because when the club started out, and you have your area success plan as well, division success plans. But when the club started out, they had a success plan. This is what we want to achieve this year. And this is how we want to achieve it. So it's important as area directors to also look at that particular document. And if you need to advise, you could advise. And say, okay, in this area. But it's very important for VPs to log in these awards. And I love that because many times you don't even think about it. It might be that the VP is not logging in. And there's also as a training on pathway education be carried out. And this is why once in a while we need to carry out this trainings. So I said, how regularly do they have meetings? Very important because it's during meetings that people give speeches, right? So how often do you have meetings? How often? And when you have your meetings, what do you do in those meetings? How many people speak? We say that we don't want to have too many people speaking or else it elongates club meetings, of course, but how regularly do you meet is very key. And what's the quality of the meetings? So we've had very good conversations around this, and I love this. Please, you know that in Toastmasters, we have a lot of resources. So the Area Directors Club visit reports, the items on the Toastmasters repository that you can have access to. And if you don't, I have asked the education coordinator to also give us the workbook, because in the workbook, we have quite a number of resources that's been listed there, okay? But of course, you should have these kind of conversations with the club presidents, and if possible, meet the club executives and try to discuss these issues when you see that they're not meeting up with their club success plan, because it's the executives really that sit down to put together the club success plan. And I've seen extreme cases where you have executives, but they're not active. And it's just the club president that puts up a club success plan unilaterally. And if you do that, it means that you have not gotten the buy-in of your executives. So they probably are not even working with you to achieve it. So this is something you have to watch out for, even in the clubs that are under your purview. Very, very important. So I have to run a bit now. We need to build trust with clubs before and during club visits. And I think DTM Sonia has done some justice to that. First, of course, coming around, visiting their clubs is very key. Let them even see you. Be visible. Oh, this is our area director is here. Division directors too should show up in club meetings. As I said, let me even visit this other club today and at least show them that I'm with you on this and possible participate, give feedback. When there's anything you need to, of course, concerns after the meeting, you can quickly have a quick meeting with some of the experts and say, oh, I observed this today. I think we should be able to work on this for the next meeting. So trust is very key. Of course, as area directors, division directors, really when we're giving information, when we're giving feedback, it should be honest information, honest feedback, because it's just important for us to know what to do. So it's not about beating about the bush. Oh, today I observed this. And I feel maybe next time we could do it this way. Because one thing is to say, oh, this wasn't totally right, as it were, but you should also give answers to the questions. You should also give solutions to the issues you've seen and the problems you've seen whenever you visit the clubs. And of course, you build trust. Building trust results in clubs being receptive. So when you give them feedback, they're receptive to feedback and they take that. And feedback in Toastmasters is the food. We eat it at every meet. And even in our leadership journey, feedback is what has helped us grow. And that's what is going to help clubs to grow as well. And of course, trust. When we build trust, you will see that area directors are now seen as a resource. They're now seen as a resource to help the club. And that's why it's important that area directors are in good terms with their club presidents and club executives, as well as division directors being in good terms with the area directors. That relationship must be put in such a way that it's so, you support each other very strongly. See, when you see the support system is strong, everyone wins at the end of the Toastmasters year. Everyone. Your club will win, you as an area director will win, and your division directors would win. So what do you observe on your first club visit? I have some of this. I also have a case study we're going to discuss. Your first impression. So you ask, what first impression does the club make? These are the observations that you make. How does the club orient new members? These are the observations you need to make. What's the atmosphere of the meetings? What is it like? How are the meetings organized? How many members does the club have? How does the club recognize achievement? These are the observations you have to make on your first club visit. Some of the observations, while you sit in the club meeting, you can observe that, yes. But some might be maybe after a 10 minutes, 15 minutes conversation, you could ask some questions as well to find out some of the things. This is your club visit, right? And I know clubs plan for the area director's visit. They plan for it. In fact, I see that we even announce it and celebrate it. Lately, I even see it that we put posters and say, we are welcoming our area director. I've seen it, division directors, area directors visit. We make it a ceremony. I've seen it happen right now. So if we are going that path, we had better make sure that when we do our club visits, we make the best use of it. Very key. I know that that's the time we conduct the Moments of Truth. And I remember there was a club visit that was made to a certain club I visited, that I was in the club, that's not my club, and an area director visited. And the way the Moments of Truth was taken was so abridged and so light. It didn't even go through the moments and the discussion. And I had to give that feedback. I think I was the general evaluator at that meeting, and I had to give feedback to the area director that day during the meeting to say, well, this is what I see about the Moments of Truth. I expected to take this as a tease, like this is moment 1, moment 2, ask club members this. He didn't even do all of that. He just did it was almost like he gave a speech about the Moment of Truth. So anytime we go for a Moment of Truth, let it be as in-depth as possible. Even if it's 5 minutes, you have for your 10 minutes. Ensure that those moments are discussed. And because that is like your SWOT analysis, that's the time the club gets to do like a SWOT. And at that period, you're engaging all the members in it, not only executives. Then also your distinguished club goals, how to help club become distinguished. Discuss club DCB progress, very important. Review the club success plan, I've talked about it. Remind club of deadlines, because in Toastmasters, there are deadlines for everything. And I love it that way, because if there are no deadlines, we'll probably just go to sleep. And the deadlines also, you log in this within this period, you log in within this period, also ends it hands you something. And of course, and whenever you're in your club visits, ask about club goal challenges, critical. And again, some of the discussions that you can have and how to become the club's trusted resource. Ask questions about information gathered and observations. That could be after the meeting. That could even be, maybe you can have a meeting. It could be a virtual one with the club executive. Say, you know what, this is what I want to discuss with you about. So you come for a club meeting, and because of time, I believe that you can schedule something around another time, maybe another 30 minutes, online to have a conversation around what you have observed about the club. It's okay. And of course, when you come to the club meeting and you're presenting your moment of truth and any other thing you want to present to the club, encourage club members to ask questions, let them voice their concerns. It's okay. This is us. This is our club. We are here. So let there be an open atmosphere where people can also voice their concerns and can offer practical solutions. And then, of course, set up follow-up communications from what you've gathered from that interaction. And definitely, you must use your area directors club visit report because you have to log that in. You also know that one also has a timeline. Your visit has timelines. Your logging in your visit report has timelines. After the first visit, you submit your report, review and discuss club with the division director, area directors. Then you have to discuss what you saw, what you experienced with your division director. This is what I observed. And then let's see what we can do about some of the things that the concerns. Let's address it together. It's very important. Contact club presidents to share your observations. If they've done very well, congratulate them. And then identify how the district can also support. And then, of course, you have a second club visit. So what you're looking for is you've given feedback, you've given your observations, you've had meetings with your club presidents and the executives. You come on a second visit. So what has changed is the question. What has improved is what you're going to be looking out for. What has not changed or what has been unresolved? And you ask those questions too. Why is this still like this? What suggestions from my first visit? And of course, even the division director also may have also been part of this conversation. What suggestions have you implemented? And of course, you ask questions around the DCP progress. And if they've done very well, acknowledge their accomplishments. That's very critical. So let's look very quickly now at another scenario of club visits. Who knows what club this is? Yes. Although I just put one face and maybe 1.5 faces or 1 3/4 faces. But who can tell me what club this is? Who is this person and what club? Yes? Quick. That's my icebreakers right now.
Skyline University, Trimisi Law.
Skyline, yes. Got that right. So that's Skyline University. They're very dear to my heart right now, honestly. Lovely people. So let's look at the scenario. And I think once we get this through the door, we're almost done. So low attendance. In fact, this is a very interesting one. As an area director, you visit the club and find only 7 members present. You ask about the rest of the membership and discover that the club has 20 paid members. 20, but some people there, and you're concerned about the low attendance. You ask the club officers, how many members attend regularly? And as it turns out, the 7 members present are the club's 7 officers. So it's only club officers that are seated there. And they have been the only ones attending club meetings for the past 5 weeks. Wow, that's serious. So what would you ask the club officers, please? And what solutions would you ask the club to implement to increase attendance? Can we chat that very quickly? Let me read the feedback. What else do you have to ask the club officers? There's only some members, they've been like that for 5 weeks, but they have 20 paid members. So what questions would you ask? And what 2 solutions can the club implement to increase attendance? Yes, let me see what you have to write for me. Okay, let's go there. Are members informed about meetings timely? Okay. It's very interesting that only club officers are the ones in the meeting, unfortunately. And so I'm wondering what happened to the rest? Or are they thinking that only club officers attend club meetings? So the question is, are they asked to play roles? Yes, because if the club members are playing roles, they should be in the club meeting, not only officers. Yes, what are the other things you would ask? And what solutions? Because in your answers also there are solutions. Yes. So giving club members roles is so important. Yes, engagement strategy. What's your engagement strategy for club members? Because you need to engage. Everyone should be engaged. Nobody should see that, well, it's I and them, it's me versus them. If I don't come for club meetings, what's my business? Club members should play roles. They should, and there's so many roles at every meeting. Then, of course, even in your strategy meetings, some of us have subgroups, we have sub-teams within our clubs. The membership person has some members that are supporting him. He could bring them into that fold so that they're actively involved. So there's a question, what are the strategies to improve? Yes, you're asking them, how are the club meetings publicized? How convenient is the meeting venue? Or meeting time could also be something too. And the club officers concerned about the welfare of members, aside calling them for meetings or role plays. And this is a time to actually throw out a survey of some sort. It's time to reach out to members and ask, why are they not coming? We need to find out now. There's a club bonding experience. Yes, And you know, in the moments of this, something about fellowship. So what's is about fellowship here in the club? The only club officers are the ones in meetings. What's the fellowship in this club like? How do they relate with each other? Are they bonding? These are very good questions. And from these questions, you're going to get answers to questions. Let me go to scenario 2. Okay, scenario 2, neglected guests. As an area director on a club visit, you don't realize that 3 guests are present who have never attended a Toastmasters club meeting until you hear the sergeant at arms say, it's refreshing when new people visit. But there are guests there. The guests are not introduced at the meeting. The program and meeting responsibilities are not explained. Guests look confused and have difficulty following the format of the meeting. At the end of the meeting, club officers are so interested in talking with you that the guests are not asked if they're interested in joining, and they're basically ignored. So we ignore that, and that happens truly. So there are times we neglect guests. We neglect guests. And here is a scenario we may not discuss it because of time, but this is a scenario actually. It's a scenario. And I've seen that we've been able to work around this. At least I go for club meetings and we say, okay, our first people coming for the first time. Even at the beginning of some meetings, I see that we recognize them. At the end, we also ask, what's your experience? Would you like to join? So this is a scenario, and I've seen that many times we've been able to get around this. But if our clubs are not doing that, please take note. And these are the areas that the area director is going to be looking at and offering solutions. So after the second visit, you also submit your club report, the club visit report, review report, discuss with the club division, the club, and with the division director. If you have any other observation, this is time to share it, congratulate the club as well, and identify how the district can support the club. These are your roles. You have resources, a lot of resources, and I've asked the chair to share with you the workbook, because the workbook has the whole list, like I think 2 pages or 3 of resources that will help you, either for your club visits, working with the club presidents. You can trust that Toastmasters will have all of that to support you. Toastmasters never put you out in the dark, never. There are resources, and this is the time you chew these resources to fully understand your roles. But from what we've been able to discuss today, we've been able to look at it together. But one thing I want to leave you with, who helps area and division directors? Who helps them? We help each other. District leaders, first of all, because after the division is the district. So district leaders, and that's why some of us have been division directors, area directors. You notice that even the district leaders call in once in a while. They see our DCPs, they follow us up and ask. Oh, they're also expecting that areas are growing. The division is growing through the areas. The clubs are growing. And while the club is growing, area is growing, division is growing, district is growing. We all succeed at the end of the day. District also is awarded as the most outstanding district for the year, right? So district leaders help area and division directors. But one thing I want to leave you with is that fellow area and division directors, past area directors can support new area directors. Past division directors should support, in fact, should not can, we should support. And that's why in Toastmasters, the structure of immediate past, in the governance structure of Toastmasters is very key, because the immediate past area director, immediate past corporate president, immediate past division director is coming with some institutional knowledge and experience that they can bring to bear in supporting their successors. So it is great that we do that. And of course, World Headquarters is sitting above every one of us. But one thing why I put this picture is so that to ensure that we have groups. So we have WhatsApp groups that we belong to. And if there are issues around our visit, we can put it there and get someone to respond, to help you. So it's like reaching out to the rest, to the IPDDs and fellow area directors and fellow division directors and ask questions. Some things you're not very clear about, something you observe that is giving you some challenge, you can put it in those kinds of forums. I call it a community of practice, actually, because I've built a couple in the work I've done outside Toastmasters. You could form that community of practice, and that is where you learn from each other. And it becomes a very rich resource. Okay, so I've given you all of this. And my last icebreaker, it's not an icebreaker as well, we're ending with this. Who are these members? Who are these club members? Yes, do you know them? What club is it? Yes, if you know this club, what club is it? Yes, I also
Gemstones.
So I said, give this photo a caption based on what I've presented so far. So what does this picture speak to? Yes, give it a caption based on quality clubs, based on what you've learned so far. If you're going to keep this picture a caption to depict what you want our clubs to look like, what would you capture? What would be the caption?
Happy leaders.
Yes? Is that?
Happy leaders.
Happy leaders. Oh, that's great. Who else? Can we type it in? I love that, Ali Joseph. So let's see, what other caption would he give it? Fun-loving people. I love that together we achieve more. That's great. Together we achieve more. Fun-loving people, unity. It all defines what we want to see at the end of the day. Where we have quality clubs grow, quality clubs retain membership, members come, they attract, and because of the quality of the clubs, members stay. Okay, quality clubs care about the membership program, the Toastmasters program, ensuring that members are acing them per time and they're winning on every side, both getting awards in Toastmasters and also winning in their secular lives for the fact that they are even members of Toastmasters in the first place, enthusiastic leaders and all. So thank you so much. I'm done with my session right now, and I hope you've been able to take one or two things. Mary, okay, you're here. Yes, unity, shows unity. And the unity is about clubs being united, and united with the area director, the division directors. That unity has to go across from levels, even from the world headquarters. United with our mission, united with our goal, and ensuring that we achieve that. And every year, we continue to succeed and continue to celebrate. And that's what it is. For quality clubs, absolutely important. For Toastmasters International to thrive, our clubs must be quality clubs. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure have been on this call. I don't know if anyone has questions, but let me hand over to the coordinator. Coordinator, I'm done with my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much, DTMTT, for that very impactful and interactive session. We have taken notes of a lot of things, and we believe that this training has only given us more energy for the various roles that we have ahead of us. Thank you once again. We have 15 minutes for questions and answers segment. So please, if you have any questions for DTMTT, kindly indicate by raising your hands. In the course of the training, DTM asked us so many questions that made us to think. And yes, we have one hand up from Division D, Abubakar Gimba. Kindly unmute and ask your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, distinguished Toastmaster TT. My question is, in a situation where you have a club that is not responsive, maybe you've tried as much as possible to reach out to the president or any of the excos, and you're not getting much traction as an AD. Maybe you've had a discussion with your division director and nothing seems to be working. You are still unable to get any activity from the club, and 6 months down the line, nothing. What do you do in this scenario? Because I believe everything is your responsibility as a leader. So what can you do in that case?
So first, I think you need to have a meeting. You have to sit the excos down. For me, I feel, number one, leadership, a lot of things rest on leadership. So what kind of leader? Who is the president of that club? And to answer that question, I think you need to have some candid conversations. The executives, you must have a meeting with the exco first, because you have not observed any traction in the first place, right? And when it comes to club leadership, that's where you have your secretary, your treasurer, your membership, your VP, we have all of them, and everyone should play their role. I've seen a situation where a club, all the executives are not working. Only the president was the one that was active. And that meeting could help you to check, to get that, to say, okay, so what's VP, this is what you should be doing. And what have you done in the last 6 months? You have to look at the education goals of members. What has happened within that? How have you been doing it? It's important because you have to bring it to a table and really put everything on the table and ask these questions. President, we've observed this. We've observed, Mr. President. And of course, you're articulating what you have observed, because you must come with your strong points. Really, you know what has happened. You've seen the DCP. What are the challenges you are facing at this point? We noticed this. Yes, VPE. I'm saying that club members are not. There's nothing that's been locked in. Are you saying that no club members are giving speeches? What has happened within the last 6 months? We even want to know. We want to know. They should be able to give their reports. You must ask questions that would enable them to give you their reports and also be able to open up about where the challenges are. It could be that the expo, they're not working well together. And this might also be a good time to also address individuals in the executive. You might also do your own background check. I hope you know that's very good too, as an area that you might want to do a background check really on key EXCO members. You might want to just find out what's going on with the club. Do you have any challenge? They could tell you that. But ultimately, the EXCO, the club has an executive council. They have an EXCO. And I think you should actually sit with the EXCO and see how every one of them have played their roles, how they've collectively played it. Look at their club success plan. That is even one of the most important things. When you have problems with clubs, ask them for the club success plan. And that could bring that conversation, in fact, that could guide your conversation. So your club success plan, you talked about number one, club membership growth. Right now, no members have come in 6 months. Can we discuss that? What was your strategy when you started out? Did it work? Did it not work? And they could tell you, well, this was a strategy. So we even need help with this because we've tried all we can and it's not working. As the area director, what can you do to suggest? And in fact, you could also follow up as a mentor, in fact, say, I'm in this with you guys too. So let's try this and see about membership and see whether we can get 2-3 members in the last 6 months. Because one thing is about trying to probe the clubs to see why they're not performing. Another thing is to build trust in yourself. Let them build trust in you, saying, I'm with you on this as well. If you're not getting members, let's try this strategy. Let's see if it works. Can we have a publicity campaign? Can we do this and that? Can we have an open house? I'm with you on this, truly. Let's do it together. And we come back again to the drawing board and say, were we able to achieve anything? Okay, fine, we've drawn in people. You can attend the meeting where you feel most of the guests will come, and you're also there to observe and give them another 1 month. How many of the members that came in out of the 10 or 20 that came in at the last meeting, how many of them have signed up? Why do you think they're not signing up? So you need to run them through this. But the club success plan really forms a very good basis. And in fact, I think as an area director, you should ask every club whether they've done their club success plan. It's very important that you ask that question because it forms the foundation of how they're going to run throughout that year. And if everyone has brainstormed their club success plan, because it requires a lot of brainstorming. It's like your project plan to say, if you want to do this is what you want to do. If they have all brainstormed it, we expect that at least to a certain extent they should achieve it. So I would rest here by saying the club success plan, you should ask for it, and call the executives to a table and run them through it and ask why they have not achieved what they have decided in their club success plan. That would bring out some key issues that you can address as an area director. And if the worst case scenario is to change the club president, there are extreme cases, I hope you know. I'm aware that a club president this last year was removed. Yes, I'm aware. And I was pleasantly surprised that we could even do that. And I was glad because if a club president is not in any way, just becomes a stumbling block to everyone, we can't even move, we're stifled. The best thing is, well, what do we call that? We can have it's about, what did they do to Donald Trump? Sorry, they can put a vote of no confidence. Yes, if our members are saying, well, a vote of no confidence, escalate it to your division director. You can escalate it to the district. And this is the situation right now. And we've done all we can. And this person doesn't seem to even shift. What can we do? And I'm sure even in Toastmasters policy, there are extremes that they've catered for things like that. If you read it, there are situations like that, truly, because we're here to do the best of what leadership should mean. And we also have some people in Toastmasters that no matter how, and I'm telling you this, no matter how hard you try, they're just very poor at doing everything they're doing. And it's unfortunate. Because if through this program, you are still such a poor leader, I wonder where you're going to gain it. But you don't just want to now have power. I'm the club president and you're everywhere. But your club members are stifled. And you're getting feedback from area, you're getting feedback from division, and you're just not doing anything about it. The next thing we should start thinking about is to put a vote of no confidence, truly. And out they go. So these are extreme cases, okay? Your club success plan should drive your conversations, and you should have that meeting with the executives. Let them all see where they play a role in this situation, and let them make commitments to make improvements and be part of that commitment too. To say, I would work this with you guys. And we can get the results together. Okay? I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, DTM, for emphasizing the importance of collaboration, discussion, and support from our area directors and division directors, our respective clubs and club presidents. Thank you so much. Any more questions, please? I believe we still have time.
I want to ask them a question. There's a question I have in my mind. So from the response I gave Obaka Gimba, how many of you have, okay, let me not ask the question because then you'll be calling some people out. But you know, when I talked about putting a vote of no confidence on a leader, you know, number one, this is an organization, just like you have it in any place, private organization, public institutions. It gets to say that people get really tired of someone. And the next thing they do is to say, you know what can we do about this person? In public sector now, they'll just post you out. They know how to do that one. They'll just post you out so that someone else will come in. But I just want to let you know that leadership is so critical in this time that we're in. And secondly, the quality of the leaders that we build in Toastmasters is so important. So area directors, it's also important, division directors, let's even build that leadership capability and capacities in the people that we govern and people that we lead. Where you see that they have some weaknesses here and there, take it upon yourself to help them. It's very important. We also don't want a situation where a leader fails. It's not our desire that a leader fails, because in Toastmasters, we learn by doing. You lead by leading. You will always grow your leadership capacity by leading. That's the truth. But some are just trying to, and that impression of leadership, I don't know where they learned it. Some people learn leadership from some sources that when they come to Toastmasters, it becomes a challenge. But it's important for us as division directors, area directors to support our leaders. It's only when it's that extreme cases where we've tried, you've done evaluation, you're giving feedback. The only thing, and that means that the members have given you feedback, is like the noise is really loud. People are saying, you know what, this person has to leave. Then you, of course, you can investigate it, of course. So even before you say this leader should be removed, you also need to do a bit of investigation so that you're also fair in your judgment. You also don't want to have a situation where somebody is ousted out of their role and then it looks like the area director was not fair, or division director was not fair in their decision. So I thought I should also tie that properly. But I've seen it happen in Toastmasters recently, and I was pleasantly surprised and maybe delighted that we're able to do something to that extent, truly. All right, so that's my comment on that. So we're good.
Thank you very much, DTM. I can't see any hands up at this point. Once again, it has been an impactful and interactive session. You brought in so much energy, and I believe everyone is awake now and more equipped, ready to go with their respective roles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I wish every one of you the best this year. Big, big awards everywhere. I tell you, we want to just be getting the awards home this year. You know, the best of the best everywhere we go. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot see the ADs and DDs saying thank you and amen. Oh, thank you. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. A big amen.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I can see that our third trainer is in the room. I'll give us just 1 minute to have a sip of water before I introduce our next session. We have been trained on how to develop a successful team, how we can enhance our club quality, nurture our clubs, the ones that have been established, and even the ones that we are planning to establish. And now we'll learn the importance of thriving at a district. Pardon me. Our next session is going to speak to nurturing successful clubs. Yeah. Yes, establishing and supporting new clubs. Now, in the course of our training since in the morning, we have listened to our excellent DTMs tell us that our acts and our actions will determine how we are going to be successful. And we have to act in our respective roles because we are what we repeatedly do. And excellence is not just an act, but a habit. And as we continue to cultivate this habit, we'll definitely be successful. Now we have to learn strategies of creating a thriving community of leaders and communicators. And to take us on this journey is a senior business manager at a financial institution where she oversees a diverse and dynamic team. She is the author of the highly acclaimed book, Leading for Impact, which provides valuable insights into leadership and effective communication. She's a convener of the prestigious Women in Leadership and Entrepreneurship Network, WOILEN, an emotional intelligence coach. She has previously served in various pivotal roles, including District 94 Club Quality Chair, past Division E Director, Area 13 Director, Welfare Chair, and Club President. She won the 2023 Best Division Director in over 23 African countries and is currently the Club Growth Director for District 130. Her favorite quote is, "Leadership is a promise." With a virtual applause, let's welcome our third facilitator and trainer this morning, Stella George, DTM, to the virtual lectern. Ma'am, the lectern is yours.
Thank you so much, eloquent moderator, for that warm introduction. Good morning, our division and area directors, and congratulations to you all once again. I'm super excited to be here this morning. First, let me acknowledge my leaders, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Alana, for taking that session, and distinguished Toastmaster Titi Ojo. You have laid a solid foundation for us this morning. So we're ready to go. We're ready to roll. Please let me know if you see my slide.
Not yet.
No,
Not
your
yet.
slides are not up yet.
Oh, wow. I hope I will not have the same issue today. My goodness. Let me stop sharing and share again, because from my end here, I can share. Okay, so is there any other person sharing a slide? Have you made me a co-host?
Yes.
Okay.
The Zoom master can assist in sharing. If you send slides.
Let me send to you.
Yes, you're a co-host.
Yeah.
I'm not a co-host. The Zoom master is a host, so he can share.
Okay.
That's Elvis.
Elvis. Okay, it's Elvis. Okay.
Yes.
Hmm. Let me look for Elvis in this chat. So apologies, everyone. We are about to take on the session on building and supporting new clubs while I'm trying to share with Elvis. I want us to cast our mind back to when we found Toastmasters. I know that is either somebody invited you or Toastmaster Elvis, have you seen it? I don't know.
Not yet, ma. Is it on the Zoom app or on WhatsApp?
You know what you do? Please just send me your email. Is it possible? Or to my WhatsApp? Let me forward it to your mail.
Okay.
Yes, please. Apologies for this. I tried to do the test before now. I actually tried to share my screen and I was able to share, but now technology can happen. It's showing me only one participant can share at a time. That's what it's showing me here. And when I go to advanced sharing option, it's saying only the hosts can share. So let me send it to the Toastmaster Elvis email. Thank you. I've gotten your email, so I'm sharing it with you now. KINGELVIS. Okay, Elvis, please check whether you've seen it.
Not yet, ma.
Okay, I just sent your email now.
Now, in the interim, can you still attempt to share from your end?
Okay. So when I click on I can't share. I cannot share. I don't know why I can't share. Should I log out and coming back? Will that work?
Okay, maybe let's try that while I wait for the mail.
Yes.
You've not seen the mail? You sent the mail to you. Okay, let me send to your WhatsApp, Elvis. Let me send to your WhatsApp. Please check your WhatsApp now. I sent to your WhatsApp. Even though that's not the one I touched, I worked on, but it's fine. Have you seen it, Toastmaster Elvis? I sent to your WhatsApp.
Yes, I've seen the one on WhatsApp. Let me download and start sharing.
Okay, please, thank you. Internet is nobody's mate. When I saw the Sonia struggling, I was like, no, this thing better not try me. And here I am. So I would like to ask, Iyang, Ate Iyang, can you share your Toastmasters journey, especially how did you hear about Toastmasters? When did you join? Who invited you? Can you share, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, my distinguished. I joined
I can't see your
Toastmasters.
face.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah, I'm seeing
I'm
only
here.
eye.
You can see my
Oh,
face.
okay.
I'm on the call. Can you see me?
Okay, maybe other people. Can you see the Temiyang's face? I
Yes,
cannot
we
see.
can. We can see.
Okay. Okay, please go
Yes, we
ahead.
can
Go ahead.
see him.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
please. Thank you. Yeah.
I joined Toastmasters in 2016. I'd attended the
Wow.
business meetings somewhere, and it was mentioned that there was a Toastmasters meeting. I did not know what exactly to expect, but as soon as I walked through that door, I knew it was what I was looking for. The quality of the meeting experience, the kind of people I saw, what they wore, the things they said, and the organization of the meeting itself. I mean, so it a lot bothered on the fact that it was something I was looking for. And I've said this to say that there are a lot of people looking for Toastmasters, looking for the opportunity to learn and grow in the area of communication and leadership. We always pray that when they walk through that door, they actually have their expectations met.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just wondering if nobody spoke to you about Toastmasters. I don't know if you just 2016 to date. If you cast your mind back and look at the transformation that has happened within you as a person and the people that you have mentored. I know you've gone ahead to win international contests you went to Vancouver, Canada. So just imagine nobody spoke to you about Toastmasters, right? It will be a lost opportunity. And this is exactly what is happening when we don't share the good news of Toastmasters, when we don't preach the gospel. That is what I call it. Preach the gospel of Toastmasters. And ultimately, when we don't create new clubs to offer people the opportunity to learn and grow. One more question to you before I start. When you joined, especially within your locality, I know you are based in Abuja. Can you remember how many clubs there were and how many clubs we have today?
Wow. When I joined in 2016, I think we had about about six or seven clubs. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not up to. I remember we had as Rockstars, Apple Hills Diamond, Unity. Yeah, there were about 4 clubs or thereabout, or 5 in Abuja. But today in my division alone, we have 18 clubs today. And in Abuja generally, I trust we have close to 23 or 24. Not very
in
sure.
Abuja,
but I know I have alone. But my division, we have 18 clubs.
So it cannot be only 20 something. We are looking at 40 something clubs already.
Yeah. I'm talking about Abuja alone. I'm not talking about the 2 divisions. You know, there are clubs outside of Abuja, which are in Division G.
In the
And I think
north
the division director can speak to Division G. So I speak only for Division
Yes,
C.
Division C.
Yeah,
Okay.
18 clubs.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So what it means from what you're telling us is that we have gone ahead to not just have one division. Of course, when you joined in 2016, there were just 5 clubs, like you said, and 5 clubs could just be one area. So it means that we have grown to the level that we became a division, and we also birthed another division in the northern Nigeria. That is the power of establishing and supporting new clubs. All right, 28 clubs in Abuja alone. Thank you very much for that information. Okay, so Zoom Master, let's move and let's see what we're going to discuss about today. They're just, I think, three things. We're looking at the mission and goals of Toastmasters. We will look at the club builders. Who are the club builders? And we'll also look at the club building cycle. The club building cycle. I look at this module. I think last year it was Distinguished Toastmaster Winston that took this module. I always look at this module as one of the interesting, very important modules that we need to look at as division and area directors. You know why? Because beyond impacting lives, beyond changing and transforming people, giving people voices, opportunities to grow, to learn, there's also the part of winning the laurels, the awards, right? When you create new clubs. So imagine an area director that is in this call, that is on this call now. I want you to picture yourself in Gabon being called upon to pick your trophy because you were able to add at least 1 club to your area, or 2 or 3. It's possible, right? So you're not just transforming lives, you're not just giving voices to people, but you're also going to get recognition for achieving that feat. So you need to start thinking now, how many clubs do I want to birth as an area director? As a division director, of course, you also have to set your goal to say these are the number of clubs we need to birth. And like I always say, I like everybody to win. That's my style, right? So when we get to Gabon, it's not just the division director that is, I became Smedley division, I became president division. How about your area directors? Why can't they join you on the stage and pick their awards? Because they were able to birth clubs, right? And even the clubs themselves, they were able to add more members to their clubs. So we're going to look at the relationship between establishing new clubs, identify which district leader is responsible for which role, the support that is available, and we look at the club building cycle. Let's move to the next one. And identify opportunities for new clubs. Yes. So this is the district mission. This is the district mission. This is the Toastmasters mission. I beg your pardon. This is the Toastmasters mission. What do we do in Toastmasters? We empower individuals to become more effective communicators and leaders. And I can tell you this for free. I am a beneficiary of this mission, right? And I know that everybody on this call is a beneficiary of the Toastmasters mission. Just imagine an organization having a mission to empower, right? To empower. Okay, no, you've left where I was taking the last slide, right? To empower every individual. So it goes beyond leaders on this call. It extends to our members in the club. So this is the Toastmasters mission. Then we'll go to the district mission. I know you are aware that you are all district officers now, right? You are all, as an area director, you are a district officer. A division director, you are a district officer, right? So what is our mission? Because your members will come to you to say, why are we building new clubs? We have many new clubs now. Why can't you just focus on those ones? Why are we always building new clubs? When you climb the ladder of leadership in Toastmasters, you are now climbing that ladder. You are getting to the top. So you are to defend the mission. You cannot be in contrary to the district mission when you're a district officer. So some members will say, why are we building clubs? We don't need it. No, you tell them why we need to build new clubs, right? So as a district officer, our role, our job is to build new clubs. So you can't run away from it. We build new clubs and we support existing ones in achieving excellence. These are the two roles. It's important you understand your role. When you understand your role, you can now put up strategies to help you achieve it. One, to build new clubs. Area director, please, as you live here, begin to look out for opportunities of birthing a new club. We're going to see places that you can look out for, right, as we go through the presentation. And I'll also ask you those questions. So, okay, let's move. Then you support the old ones in achieving excellence. You don't abandon them, right? So we've seen divisions that they're just busy building new clubs, but nobody was paying attention to the old ones. No, these two things, they work hand in hand. All right. So yes, I had another slide which I tried to share, but I don't know. I think maybe because of my office, it has some pictures, but this we're going to run with it. It's okay. It's fine. So why do we build new clubs? That's the question. Why? New clubs offer Toastmasters benefits to more people. So Inyang, my friend, was able to join Toastmasters because I'm sure there's a club that he could attend. For me personally, when I joined Toastmasters, the club that I was attending was very far from where I lived. And I just had a new baby. I stopped. But when a new club came on board, and that club was very close to me, it gave me that opportunity to continue on my journey. You see why we build new clubs, right? In the picture I had earlier, I put a picture of FIRS Toastmasters, is Federal Inland Revenue. All of you know that organization. During my time as division director, we went to make a demonstration meeting there. We went to ECOWAS, we went to Nile University, we went to different places, right, to give voice, to also to establish new clubs. Now, what is happening in those places? We have clubs in those places. And I can tell you there are 1,001 organizations that are still waiting for us. They are still waiting for us to come preach the gospel of Toastmasters. Now, area directors and division directors, they also have support to build new clubs. Let's go. Now, I want to ask a question. Please go back. Go back. Yes. So let me ask. Who are the people that have not been speaking here today? So AD13, Kairat Haliru, are you here? Do we have AD13? Do we have AD10? Muminat Mustafa? Can you speak? Can you unmute? Okay. Do we have Grace Amoka on this call? Or can anybody hear me?
I hear you, ma'am. I'm here.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, who answered me now? Is it Grace?
Grace Amoka.
Okay, Grace answered me. Okay, fantastic. So Grace, I want to ask you this question. Whose responsibility do you think it is to build new clubs, to identify opportunities for building new clubs? Is there somebody specific to that role?
I think the area directors are closer to the current clubs that exist. The area directors are closer to those clubs, so they can, hand in hand with the presidents, they can identify opportunities for new clubs that can be birthed from the existing parent clubs. So I think the area directors.
Awesome. Okay, so is Vivian Oluwosulu here? Can you answer? Who do you think has that responsibility of building new clubs or identifying opportunities for building new clubs?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. There's no right or wrong answer, please. I mean, we're leaders here. Let's just talk to ourselves.
I actually think it's the responsibility of every Toastmaster to just be on the lookout. Yes, because it depends on the people you associate with, what you hear, what you want to bring to the table. You'll be quite surprised to know that you may be somewhere and just during a discussion, you have an opportunity to present the Toastmasters benefits to someone, and that could lead to a new club forming. Like the person gets interested, the person can even introduce you to her own organization, and you can go there and start talking, just make that first contact, and you'll be surprised where it will lead to.
Thank you very much. Yes, awesome. Thank you very much. Our area director, Toastmaster Vivian Oluwosulu. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Grace, our area director. All right, so let's move to the next slide. And I will say both of you are correct. Awesome. Thank you. That's how it is. That's how it's supposed to be. So all Toastmasters, just like Toastmaster Vivian just said, everyone, if you're on this call, your members, everybody. So when you make them realize that everyone can identify opportunity to build new clubs, then you see that everybody will be on the lookout, right? So all Toastmasters expand the network of clubs, areas, and divisions. Now there's a new what do you call it now? Strategy, right, from the club growth director that we're going to share very soon, and that takes care of this first point. We want to recognize the people we call the super connectors. This will take care of every club member that identifies an opportunity, leads us to the leaders that can help us to make, decisions. There are people in the club that just one connection, a new club can come up. So we want to celebrate them beside the sponsors, the mentors, the ADs, the division directors. We have super connectors and they're in our clubs. So we will spotlight these guys and we'll celebrate them. We'll celebrate their efforts in identifying opportunities and in ensuring that we birth new clubs. So every Toastmaster is responsible. Then area and division directors, they serve as liaisons between districts and the clubs, right? So like I said, for an area director to become a president distinguished, you have to birth a minimum of one club, and ensure that you do not lose anyone. So it's not net and it's zero. No, it has to be +1. So what it means is that you don't just leave it to your division director and say, well, my own is let me just do my club visit and everything. You can go beyond that and seek for opportunities. And you can also inspire the members of your area, right? Make it a challenge for people to go scout for clubs or just refer. Some people, the organization is waiting for a club like Toastmasters, but if they don't know that they can actually make that move, they might not be able to do that, yeah? So area and division directors, they work with sponsors and mentors and they fulfill duties. Okay, let's move to the next one. So this is like a quiz, right? So a quiz, please let us know that there's no right or wrong answer. We're still going to talk about it. I want you to tell me, of all those 4 names down, we have district director, we have club growth director, we have club sponsor, we have club mentor. Whose responsibility? Who do you think is responsible for this? 1, this person serves as a contact for demonstration meetings and pre-charter information. This person generates interest, recruit members in new clubs. He shows new clubs how to hold meetings and elect their officers. This person submits charter paperwork, the fees and the dues to headquarters. And this person also plans charter presentation. I want to ask, Area 37, Division H, Adriel, are you here? Whose responsibility do you think it is amongst those 4 people?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Good morning or good afternoon, depending of where you are. Yes. Can you hear me?
Awesome. I can hear you.
Yes. Your question is, whose responsibility is it to serve as contact for demonstration?
Yes,
meeting?
all these things listed here now. Yes, these 5 points. Yeah.
Yeah, I could not see the proposals, but I think it is the responsibility of contact for demonstration meetings. I think it could be the area director.
Okay, so there are options here. I don't know. Okay, you can't see it. Let me list it for you. There's a district director, there is club growth director, there is club sponsor, and there is club mentor. You have to pick one.
Serve as contact for demonstration meetings and pre-chat information meeting. I think it could be area director. I may be wrong, but
okay. Let's see, Division J, Mary Abonika. Can you give it a try?
Okay.
Mary, if you're here, yes. So you pick from district director, club co-director, club sponsor, and club mentor. Yes. Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, very audible. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So it could be any of the following. It could be the area director, whose responsibility it is.
I'm so sorry. Please, it's like you people are not getting me. I'm sorry. I gave the 4 options. You have to pick from these 4 options. Or is it not showing? It's down.
I don't see.
It's
You're
showing.
not seeing it.
It's showing clear.
Look down. You'll see district director A, B, club growth director, C, club sponsor, D, club mentor. So you need to pick one.
Okay, I can't see it. So maybe I should have the list. District director,
club growth director, club sponsor, and club mentor.
I'll take club director.
Club growth director, that's what you picked? Okay, no problem. So we'll keep it to one side. Let's go to the next one, Elvis. All right, so this is another responsibility. This, okay, it's the same thing. Sorry, let's go to the next one.
First one, please.
Go back again. Okay, so this person recruits, train, and supervise club building team members, club sponsors, and club mentors. This person receives leads from district director and ward headquarters, assist with prospect visits, help plan demonstration meetings. All right, so Area 14 Director, Josephine Agolo, who do you think is responsible for this? Are you here? Josephine? All right, so Master Omar Gimba, who do you think? Just pick from the 4 options, and there's no right or wrong answer. I'm going to give you the right answer. Just Master Omar Garba, you push off for my hand, though. Don't tell me you're not in this meeting.
Okay, Mama. Distinguished Mr. Stella, I was putting on my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
putting
now.
on my audio. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I was struggling with doing that. Thank you very much. So I think that for club building, the responsibility is the lead from the district director would help. The lead would help, and maybe let me just. I think I should pick all. I see that all will work.
No, you have to pick one. You need to pick one. You need to pick one. This particular. This is a game. So you pick one.
Okay, I should pick one. Okay, let me look at it. Let me look at it.
It's a good game.
Let me look at it. Recruit, train, and supervise club building teams.
Yes,
the first one. The first one.
First one is what?
Yes.
What's the first one?
Recruit, train, supervise club building, learn club supervisors and club mentors.
So whose responsibility is this? See, you see these 5 points. This person recruits, receive leads, assist with prospect, help plan demonstration, attend, is responsibility of one person. And I'm saying between the district director, club growth director, club sponsor, and club mentor, whose responsibility is this?
Area director.
Toastmaster Omar Garba, can you help?
Okay, good morning, ma'am, Madam CGD.
Good morning.
I think I'll go with club group director. This seems to fall under the responsibilities of the CGD.
Okay, that's your answer. Okay, so let's keep it one side and go to the next slide. Thank you, all of you that have participated. I like this. So this person received leads. Okay, it's the same thing. Let's go to the next. Okay, so this person guides the clubs through the first 6 months, 6 to 12 months, ensures the club officers understand their duties and how to perform them. This person familiarizes club officers with Toastmasters education program, familiarizes the club officer with distinguished club program. So who responsibility is this? I'm seeing somebody, area 37. Yes, can go ahead. I'm not seeing.
It's me once more. I think it is a responsibility of the club sponsor.
The club sponsor, okay.
Club mentor, I meant.
Okay, club mentor, okay, yes. Okay. Does anyone have a contrary opinion? Toastmaster Eddie Jimmy, is it a contrary opinion? Or?
I think it's club mentor too. Club
okay, mentor. You also think it's club mentor. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let's move to the next one. The next game, I think, should be the last. Okay, so this person receives club leads from world headquarters, confirms the alignment of new clubs with the district. Let's see if there's another one. Go back. Let's see. I mean, go forward. Sorry, forward. Okay. So no, go back. Go back. So this is where the answer.
These are the answers now.
These are the answers there. So don't go there. Don't go there yet. So whose responsibility is this last one now?
The answers now.
The answers, yeah. Okay, no problem. So let's go there. Let's go to the answers. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting game. I love it. So I don't know what you answered, but please, these are the answers. It helps to guide us, right? Tomorrow you might be in my position as the club growth director of the district. You should know these things. So the club building responsibilities, to recruit, train, and supervise club building team, right? Now, club building team consists of the club extension chair. The club extension chair is the one that helps to expand Toastmasters clubs in different areas, right? The club building team consists of the club retention chair. Club retention chair is the one that ensures that our clubs do not die. So they appoint coaches for clubs, struggling clubs, right? So this is the team we're talking about. We have the new club resource chair. So when a new club is birthed, the new club resource chair contacts the mentor of that club or the president, assist them with whatever information they need, maybe new member packs, Toastmaster wear many hats, club rule, demos and all that, templates. So the new club resource chair is part of the club building team. We have the club quality chair. These guys are in charge of the club mentors to ensure that the club mentors get trained, they know what to do, and they check in on them to ensure that these guys are doing what they're supposed to do. And for this mandate, what we intend to do is to celebrate club mentors and club coaches. So we're going to be having club mentor of the month and coach of the month. So if you do your work well, we do the health check of the clubs under you, and we celebrate you based on what you achieved, right? So the club growth director also receive leads from leads. Yes. Sorry, are you talking to me? Are you saying something to me, Elvis? Is my time up? Let me know.
Right.
No, ma.
Okay. So we receive leads, right? The club growth director, very soon I'll be receiving leads. So maybe somebody in Abeokuta asks for Toastmasters Club, and we say, okay, we feel that this person works in an organization where we can get 20 people. The Toastmaster sends me the leads. I qualify the lead and I share with the area directors and the division directors, right? So I chair the district marketing committee, right? So for this mandate, we're going to have the corporate liaison officer, somebody that will also help us to reach out to corporate organizations. So the club growth director, yes, I assist the team that I've already set up. I'm going to assist them, to guide them, to show them what they need to do. And demonstration meetings, if I'm available, I will attend demonstration meetings to sell the Toastmasters value. All right, so let's go. Now, this also for the club growth directors in the divisions as well. Please let them the same role. They can play it at the division level as well. Yeah. So the club sponsors, yes. So I think you most of you got these answers correctly. The club sponsors, they follow up on the leads, right? So when we share the leads, the division directors identify sponsors, because what we see happen today is that club sponsors are the baby boys and the baby girls. They just bring the money and you put their name as sponsors. That's what happens most times, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. The club sponsors are supposed to follow up on the leads. They're supposed to serve as contact for demonstration meetings. They're supposed to recruit members in these new clubs. That's why they are the sponsors. They need to show some work, right? They should.
DTM, are you still there? We can't hear you.
I think she's having issue with her network.
Okay. Diva, you may have to extend the time a little.
My village people will not see me.
They won't see you, ma. You're welcome. Welcome back.
All right. So, yes, thank you. Fantastic. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. So the club mentors, right? What do? They guide clubs through the first 6 to 12 months, right? So please, your area directors, you are going to be birthing new clubs, division directors, new clubs will be coming. And in these mandates, we want to birth as many clubs as possible, and we need to start now. Now, when these clubs are birthed, please do not just allow the mentors to abandon the club, or don't put people as mentors that you know will not guide these clubs. It's important that we guide. There's a club that I just observed that after the clubs were birthed, the mentors just abandoned them. These guys don't know what to do. They're just coming. They don't know what to do. And we appointed them leaders, presidents, this and that. Aside from appointing mentors for speaking, you need to appoint leadership mentors to each of the officers. That's how it works. So as the club mentor, you need to help them identify people that can mentor the officers. So if you identify someone that is very good as vice president education in another club, please pair them with the new vice president education of the new club so that they can learn best practices. So we abandon these clubs. At the end of the day, some of them get tired. A new club just dies and it doesn't do us any good, right? So we need to pay attention to the mentors. Now we're going to be training mentors, right? The club growth unit will organize training for club mentors, for club coaches, and we ensure that people please play their role. I always say something, if you're not ready, please don't take it, right? It's about integrity. It's about making a promise in leadership. maybe this year is not your year, you don't have time, you say it. You say next year, all right, it's fine, I'm okay with that. But if you take on this position of mentoring a club and you don't mentor them, I can tell you that the people will become frustrated. They will feel that this is how Toastmasters is. There's no support anywhere. And that is why you can imagine a guest walk into a club where nobody knows what they're doing. They will just like, okay, so what's the hype about, right? I was in a meeting with the international president when she engaged the incoming trio. This is one of the things she pointed out. She said that in America, they were telling them that, you people are not advertising Toastmasters. You do a lot. You need to advertise it, go to radio, go to this. And she said that they're a bit scared to advertise because they run a network of clubs whereby you advertise a club so much and one big guy decides to walk into a club and the standard is so low, right? So that's why this year they want to pay attention to quality. We need to have quality club meetings so that when you begin to advertise, share on social media, talk about Toastmasters, and somebody walks into a club, they meet almost the same standard in every club, all right? So they need to understand, ensure club officers understand their duties. Okay, I've said that. Familiarize club officers with Toastmasters education program. You need to schedule trainings for them. 30 minutes, 20, what is 30 minutes? 15 minutes. You can just say, guys, let me show you the Toastmasters website. This is how to log into Basecamp. When a member delivers their speech, this is where you go to log it. This is how you approve it. You show them the DCP from the beginning. Help them to visualize the Smedley, because this year is Smedley that we want to win, every club, right? To show them if you want to win Smedley, you need to start speaking now. You need to recruit so number of members. You need to be this, you need to do that. You are experienced, so you begin to share with them now, right? The mentor. Now, as an area director or division director, also check in and ensure that these things are happening. Ask the mentor, have you shown them the education program, how it works? Have you shown them what the Distinguished Club program is? If they don't know, some mentors don't also know. So you can come in and say, organize a 15 minutes training. I will come in. I'll come in, and I did that a lot as a division director. I will come in 5-10 minutes. I will show them, we'll open the dashboard and we do practical, right? Everybody come in with your laptop, log in to the website, and let's do practical. That will help. That will help. Then club mentors help to recruit and retain members. You can imagine a new club that you're mentoring at the end of the Toastmasters year, they are not able to renew. They don't have education goals. And when it's time, they are supposed to send a mail to headquarters to say, yes, this person mentored us well. People are beginning to now open their eyes. If you don't mentor them well, they will send a mail and say, no, this person did not mentor us, right? And you will not get that award. That's how it is. Okay, so let's move. Now, the club building team support. So we are supported by committees. I have talked about committees and teams, area directors and division directors. The club extension committee, I've talked about it, marketing team. We generate leads, find sponsors and club mentors, facilitate and attend demonstration meetings. Okay, so let's move. So this is the cycle. This is how the cycle works. Sorry. So the first thing is to identify the leads and the prospects, right? You need to identify it. When you identify it, you contact and you qualify. What do I mean? Let me give you a typical example, right? So we've seen people, they will make these bogus calls. There's opportunity for us to have a Toastmasters club here. And mind you, the Toastmasters year is 1 year. But for us as officers, please, we give ourselves 9 months to achieve what we need to achieve. Now you get a call. If you don't qualify that call and you go ahead to dissipate your energy, knowing that this club will not come in this 9 months, then you're almost wasting your time, right? So you qualify to see, okay, is this a potential club, or is this KIV, keep in view? Is this long-term, medium-term, or low-hanging fruit? You need to qualify. There are some clubs that might not be birthed in your own mandate, in the next mandate, in the next mandate. So you need to qualify and know the one you need to focus on when you get those calls. People will call you. There's opportunity here. We have gone to one. We have done demonstration meetings. 2 people will come today. The next day you don't see, one person will drop out. No. When you look at it, you move to the next one, right? So that's the qualify. Then you present, right? So if it's a place where you have over 20, 30 people that are ready, they are willing, they are active, you go and make your presentation, you address their questions and concerns, boom, you charter the club. You charter the club, then you follow up, right? And the cycle continues. You identify the leads, you prospect, and you contact and qualify. So the cycle continues. Please, let's go. Let's go. So now, leads and prospects. I said leads can come from anywhere. It can come from world headquarters. It can come from current members, like Grace Amoka said before, current members, because these guys, they have seen the value. They've enjoyed it. So they are ready to share the good news. You can get leads from these guys. Your neighbors. In fact, I have a neighbor, she's a civil servant, and I told her, say, we are going into corporates. She said, bring the letter, I will take it to my organ. Your neighbors, this is my neighbor, right? So we have co-workers, right? We have many other places, churches, mosques, schools, right? Universities, yeah, that's cool. Private organizations that are doing well and they want the organization to have Toastmasters, to improve their public speaking. There are big hotels, the blue chip companies, right? We have organizations that can pay, even though they might not be the one to pay for their members, but they can give us a venue and their members can be part of the Toastmasters community. And you'll be rest assured that their members are paid well enough that they can make their dues payments, okay? Now you assess existing clubs to identify opportunities for new clubs. There are clubs that they have grown so much. You see them, they are now 40, going to 50. It's time to split, right? Then also it targets communities. There are communities with over 10,000 people, corporations with over 150 people. So we're in Abuja here. We need to look at what other communities do we need to go to. Somebody said something about Gwagwalada. We have Kubwa, in Lagos, there are other places that we have not touched, in Port Harcourt. So can we look at those places again? Yes. Then the corporations, if you write to, let's say 50 corporations, submit the letters, maybe 10 will call you. And at the end of the day, you get 1 or 2 clubs from there, right? So that should be our strategy. Okay, let's go. So you follow up on the leads when requested. You understand the business and needs of each lead, right? So what you'll be preaching to a school is totally different from what you'll be preaching to an NNPC organization that wants their staff to improve their public speaking. You need to understand what your needs, the leads, what their needs are, and know what to sell to them, right? Now, there are presentation slides that are tailored for making presentation to potential Toastmasters clubs, whether they are corporate or community club. We have them templates. For instance, for corporate, there's a template that shows you where we have Toastmasters at the moment. Coca-Cola has a Toastmasters club, right? Apple has a Toastmasters club. We have a lot of them. There's a Toastmasters club in the White House. We have, so you can use that to make the presentation, show them that these are the blue chip companies, Fortune 500 companies that use Toastmasters Club. So your club, your organization can be part of this corporate. ECOWAS has a Toastmasters Club. FRS have a Toastmasters Club, right? So if the organization can be part of it, your name will appear on our website as one of the clubs that we have in the world, right? So when we're talking about the world, we're not just localized and everything, yeah. Okay, so please contact leads promptly. Remember what I said, we don't have that time. 9 months, it's not up to 12. If you say 12 months, you will be late. So qualify leads. If you want to build a club, guys, let's start now. No need to wait. Begin to collect the money, begin to gather the people, create a WhatsApp group for the new members, right? If it is for community, if it is for corporate, visit them, make a demonstration, collect the money, and maybe you'll be the first super connector that we'll have in this mandate, okay? Then you identify the decision makers. Yes, so I'm a leader in my office, but I am not a decision maker. So I can tell you that it's the same thing with some people. They are so enthusiastic. They want you to bring Toastmasters to the organization, but they are not the decision makers. Please identify the decision makers on time. The decision maker is the person that will give you venue. Like when we went to CBN, right? They were able to identify a director in charge of training. So we got the free venue there, and he urged the people to join. So identify the decision makers, people that can move things and make things happen for you on time. And please, let's not go with a begging attitude. We're not begging to charter clubs. We are coming with value. We are coming with value addition proposition. Write some beautiful letters to them. Let them see what the transformation that can happen in the organization just by having Toastmasters. Let them see the cost benefit analysis, right? If you say that if you're doing training on communications every year for your members, just imagine how much you're paying on each staff. And we're saying equivalent of that in $120 in 1 year for these people to gain much more in leadership and in communication. Just imagine the ripple effect that will happen in your organization. So we show them the value proposition and let them be the one looking for us, right? Yes, so I explained how Toastmasters can help their corporation. Okay, I didn't even see this before I said it. Ask questions, listen to their needs, then you offer solution, right? Sometimes we have a preconceived idea or notion of what we want to sell to an organization. When we get there, they tell us, oh, no, this is not our need now. This is our need. Then you see how you can tailor the solution to them. Because Toastmasters will have how many capabilities? Is it over 100 and something? We have a lot. So if they say, oh, public speaking is not really our thing because our members here, they speak a lot, you can offer them leadership development, negotiation skills, interpersonal skills, planning, an organization. Have they learned emotional intelligence? We at Toastmasters, we can show them how to do that. All right, so let's go. So for you to present, this is it. By this time, you have spoken all your English, you have written your letter, you have met the decision makers, maybe you have set up your WhatsApp for your new members, everything is going on well. Then the next thing is to do a demonstration meeting. For you to do a demonstration meeting, please go with your best, the best of the best. You don't have a second opportunity to make a first impression. So you go with the best. You're looking for the best, the person that will give you a very good evaluation, a very good speaker. You go with, role players, assemble them, and please let them be serious with their roles. I think the Titi mentioned that, right? So we make a good impression of ourselves. And it should become a habit, a lifestyle, that anytime we show up, we show out, and we show out well. So we conduct a demonstration meeting. In that demonstration meeting, I can tell you, other people will be convinced to join. If you cast your mind back when you join Toastmasters, I'm sure it is by the way the people carry themselves that convinced you to join, right? So there are demonstration meeting resources. Please, when you go to the website, you'll see how to build a Toastmasters club, item 121. There are promotional materials. There are things that you can use. I remember one of the clubs that we birthed, when the person created a WhatsApp group, he started pushing all the videos, lovely materials on that WhatsApp group. As he's pushing it, one person will say, please sign me up. Because I think he created the group and he added maybe like 50 people there. And he now started dropping those videos, those materials, every day there's something new. And people were saying, sign me up, sign me up. In 48 hours, we were able to get 25 members to birth that club. So it can happen. A club might take 6 months to birth. Another one can take 48 hours. It has happened. All right. So let's go. Somebody is doing a thumbs up. He knows what I'm saying. He's part of that club. He was part of that club. All right. So let's go. So you address the questions and the concerns and ask for opportunities to establish a new club. Very, very important. Okay. Let's go. So when it's time to charter a new club, okay, so please let me stop here. Do we have any question? I'm trying to run fast because of our time. If you don't have any question, I will finish, then ask that question. Is that okay by us, or does anyone want to ask me any question based on what I've said so far, please? Madam Moderator, is there a hand? If there's no hand, I will go ahead.
For now, I'm not seeing any hand up. Please go ahead.
Okay, fine. No problem. Yeah, there are two things. Either they're enjoying the presentation so much or they're not enjoying it. Which one is it? Please, I want you to put in the comment section before I continue.
And the former.
No, let them put in the comment.
We're enjoying it.
Aha! Good. Okay. Awesome. Nice. I like that. I like that. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. So for the charter ceremony and every other thing, there are items on the website, right? Item 121 is how to build a Toastmasters club. It's a document. You can read on it. The club sponsor responsibilities. These are, you build membership up to 20. You submit your application to organize a Toastmasters club and charter fee. And sometimes I always say something, see, I like to enjoy in leadership, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Somebody has chartered clubs and there are people that this thing is easy peasy for them. Just ask them, right? I remember when we were trying to charter some club, I told the person, meet Salim, DTM Salim. I think there's a digital form of filling there's a digital way of filling the forms or something. The club, it's up. You don't need to waste so much time. And the two of them met somewhere, carried their laptops, and before you know it, the charter fee, everything was submitted. So you talk to somebody that you know that, oh, this person has done it before. I have not done it. I don't need to waste time. Guy, please show me, and before you know it, you're on the way of chartering your club. Then you assist the club in electing its officers. Very important. Adopting a club constitution, and submitting charter forms as a club sponsor. This is what you do. Then the club mentor, you come in here and you guide them for 6 to 12 months. Please don't abandon them. Don't abandon them. It's very, very critical. I just want you to imagine, you enter into a new place, maybe a new city, and you don't have a guide. That's why we have tour guides in new cities, right? You don't have a guide. You're just walking. You're just going aimlessly. It can be frustrating, right? So the same way with leadership. In a place, these guys, that they came in here to learn, they want to improve their public speaking. Now we're giving them leadership and we're not supporting them. Please, let's ensure that we do better this time, okay? So let's go. So you follow up. Please, you follow up. You follow up. Club mentor responsibilities. What do? You ensure officers understand their duties. Maintain the membership strength. You can imagine a club that there were 20 when you became their mentor, and before you know it, they are now 10. As a mentor, it will not be good, right? It will not be. So you try to ensure that you engage them. Please attend their meetings if you can, physical or online. Attend their meetings. You are now part of them. As a club mentor, please attend their meetings. When you see, it's not only when the area directors visit. Area directors visits, it might take time, and before you know it, we have lost some time. So you can, as a mentor, you need to be there, show up for them, and point them out to certain things that you see that are not going well. Explain the Toastmasters education program and the DCP, the Distinguished Club Program, right? When I joined Toastmasters, I didn't know what it is. I used to hear a DCP, what is DCP? Until somebody explained it to me. So you need to explain to them. You can open the dashboard and show them, oh, when you add this number of members, this is what it shows. When you have level 1, have you identified the people that will speak and give you level 1, level 2, level 3? And please, if you want your members to grow, yes, you can bring people from other clubs to support you in playing roles, but in giving speeches, can you encourage your members to give their speeches, do their icebreaker? They don't know these things, so somebody has to tell them. And the cycle continues. When we finish one, we build another club, right? I want us to build as many clubs. I don't want to call the number now. We are going to call the number. I think on Monday we're having a general meeting. We want to build as many clubs and to show that it's possible. It's very, very possible, right? So I think we have described the relationship between establishing new clubs and the Toastmasters and district mission. We have done these things. We have identified the district leader responsibilities, right? We did that today. We have also recognized the support that is available to each club. We have described the club building cycle, and we have also identified the opportunities for new clubs. In conclusion, please note that club building is basic to Toastmasters mission. I said it at the beginning, right? It's coming back here. So when new members or even old members begin to ask you, why do we need to build new clubs? It's basic. This is our mission. We build new clubs and we support existing ones to achieve excellence. So that question is answered, right? So district directors, club growth directors, club sponsors, mentors, we all have roles to play. And okay, so there is a building committee, which we have also established. The club building cycle has 6 steps. We've talked about them. Area and division directors have opportunities to assist club building efforts. And club leads can come from anywhere. I think it was Vivian that said it. It can come from anywhere. You might be shocked. You might be shocked. I remember when I gave my speech at Miami, and somebody, forwarded the speech to me, and he wrote something. He says, Stella, this thing you talked about, super connectors. Do you know I'm a super connector? And I said, I don't know. He said, do you know I've assisted my division to best minimum of 4 clubs in this mandate? I said, wow, you are indeed a super connector. So club leads can come from anywhere. Just that your club member might know somebody that knows somebody that can help you to birth that club. Let's open up this opportunity to everyone, and any of our members can be the super connector. And on that note, I think this has brought me to the end of my session. Thank you very much.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for an impactful and interactive for our DTM. Let's encourage happy emojis.
I can't hear our moderator again. Can you hear?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay,
If you have any questions, kindly indicate by raising.
Do we have a question? Can I ask somebody?
Please go ahead and ask CGD.
Okay, let me ask this, Master Khadija Zakari. What's your takeaway from this session? And what are you going to do differently? Or let's say, what did you learn? What new thing did you learn today? Toastmaster Khadija Zakari, are you here? Toastmaster Abimbola Adesanya, are you here? I want to share candies. This one that I'm not hearing our people. Toastmaster Ajani Ibrahim, are we still on this call? Wow. Okay, so maybe Toastmaster Eddie. Toastmaster Eddie, can you unmute?
Okay.
Is your video on? Can you put it on as well?
Oh, so sorry. I can't put on my video.
Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So can you share one thing that is your takeaway from the session?
Yeah, my takeaway will come from that section where you highlighted the roles of different officers in chartering a club and following up the club. It was really, really informative for me, and I learned a lot. I think it will make the journey easier in case we're in a position to charter a club or to start a club.
Awesome.
The whole session generally was quite revealing, informative, and exciting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, our newly minted area director. All right, so Toastmaster Ajani, after you one more and I take a bow. Toastmaster Ajani, you did a thumbs up. Can you talk? Can you speak? If you cannot, we'll move to another person.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam CJD. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
My thumbs up was an acknowledgement of the fact that you've done a very great job in enlightening us about the process of creating clubs, what we should look out for, and the challenges that we might face. I think it was an interesting session, and I gained a lot from it. Thank you very
Awesome.
much, ma'am.
Thank you. I have DTM Abubakar Gimba. Please, anytime you are doing a session, just have an Abubakar Gimba in that session because he will always participate and interact. Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you so much, Madam CJD. Thank you for the informative session. I have a question, and I want to hear your perspective on it.
Okay.
In my division, we have a lot of members that do 9 to 5. Most of our members are 9 to 5ers. And where we are located, we have an ample number of corporate environments where we could, take advantage of and maybe create Toastmasters clubs for them. But over the years, we found it a little bit difficult to gather people, even for a demo meeting. Our demo meetings, you could end up seeing less than maybe 15, 10 people attend. And so it's been a bit of a problem because oftentimes the best way to seal the deal is to be there. So if we're struggling to get people to break away from their 9 to 5s and then attend these corporate environments, what do you advise or what do you suggest we can do to maximize our reach to corporate environments?
Thank you very much for that question. So that's why I was talking about qualifying a lead. So there are organizations, we actually encountered this with FIRS. Let me tell you now. When we got to FIRS, we did the demo meetings and everything. But when it was time for us to get the people to start that club, we couldn't get up to 20 people. We got only 10. But because at that time we had the director was really interested and he paid for the 10 people. So we said, what then can we do? We had to, amongst ourselves, raise 10 more people to charter that club. But I can tell you that today they are enjoying the club. More people are joining them because they are now having their meetings. So you need to look at the interest and the passion and the enthusiasm of the people that you are able to get there. If you, for instance, you're able to get 15 people within that organization, it means that these guys are really serious. So you can find a way within your division to make up the 20 and start that club. By the time you start doing meetings and the other people see what is happening, they can join. However, you need to qualify. You need to understand. There are some organizations. I remember one. I can't even remember the name of the organization. That's how bad it is. That we were going for meetings. At the end, we realized that these people were not interested. So those kind of organizations, please, you just keep them in view and move to the ones that are very serious. That's my advice, because you don't really have that time. If you have 10 organizations that you identified, you go to this first one, you see that, oh, you have over 20 people that are ready. You go here, you see that you just have 5 people. Please leave the 5 people for the future and move to the one that is 20. Then you can go back to that one. Maybe when you have achieved your aim for the year, you can say, okay, hey guys, where did we stop? Let's start from there. I don't know if you understand. So qualify the leads and put them in different buckets. Urgent and important bucket, you work on them immediately, right? Important but not too urgent, you can defer them and work on them later. It's very, very important. And how do you identify that? By the number of people that are really interested, by the way the management supports, maybe by giving you a venue, they've supported you, they've said, okay, we're going to even pay for some people, we want to push, we want to do. So you see their passion, their enthusiasm, their interest, then you meet them halfway. That's what I would say. But for the ones that are too far away, please do not waste too much time on them. You can always get back to them, but don't waste time, especially when you know you have time, you have limited time for your own mandate. Doesn't mean that the next person cannot continue from where you stopped. Okay, so that's my advice. Okay, so the last question is from Umar Ibrahim.
Yes,
so
we have Umar Ibrahim.
Yes, so shoot, then we call it, I take it back.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Good
everybody.
afternoon. Yes.
My question is this: how do you resist pressure from the top as an area director to just create clubs and not, support the existing ones? Because we had a scenario in my area where 3 clubs were struggling, and at the same time, efforts were being made to create a new club. And the exco's of those struggling clubs became disillusioned, and they started complaining, why are you trying to create new clubs? We are struggling, support us instead. And that caused a lot of friction. So, as an area director, how do you balance that?
I like this question, very practical. I think we talked about it earlier, but let me give more in-depth to it. If you realized or noticed what I said at the beginning, what is the mission of the district? They are in 2 parts. Build new clubs and support the existing ones to achieve excellence. So you cannot focus on just building new clubs and you do not support the existing ones to achieve excellence. That way it's not balanced. And that is what causes this kind of issue. And now this is what we are learning in Toastmasters, how to balance both. Because if you are a business person, you want to expand your business, you want to do more. However, you will not abandon your old customers. That is how it is. You cannot sell because I want to maintain my old customers. I don't want to diversify. I don't want to build new people. No. Now, what happens as an area director? You need to seek for new opportunities. So perhaps what is happening is that we are concentrating on the same place. Maybe, I don't know the club that it is. Maybe they were trying to split from the old club that is already there. They are stretching people beyond their boundaries. But you can imagine if you identify a fresh opportunity, a new place. That's why I say, let us allow our members, talk to them, tell everybody, just look out for different opportunities. It must not be in the same place. That makes it, a bit tough. And set up a new set of people. That's what we need to work on in Toastmasters. We are using the same sort of people to do the same thing every time, and they are getting tired and exhausted. Give new people opportunities to rise. So if you're trying to build a new club, can you identify a set of people that are not really tied down already? They are trying to achieve maybe their DCP, they are trying to encourage their members to do educational goal. You are pushing, they are the same people you are pushing to birth the new clubs. No, can you create another committee? Guys that are ready, they have time, they are free, and they are willing to push, and they will get recognition for the job that they will do, right? So that's on one side. On the other side, you appoint a coach. If the club is struggling, appoint a coach that is active, that is passionate, that is knowledgeable, that is ready to coach the existing club. So these 2 things can work hand in hand without affecting each other. What it means is that as an area director, it's now your call. You want to birth a new club because you also want to expand your area. You want to win the awards. You want to support new people. Identify locations that are not going to choke the location that is already there. Identify people that are not already occupied. They are not choked. You can bring 1 or 2 persons that are doing something, but they are ready and willing. They will tell you, yes, I can take on a new role, and add them to build that club. But you cannot say that because you want to support old one, you will not build new one. That way, as district leaders, we are going contrary to the mission. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me. It's not bye from the meeting, but bye for now.
Thank you very much, DTM. We really had an interesting session with you. Thank you for for posing those questions and making it interactive and participatory by all of us. Thank you so much. Now we're going to take a few minutes break to stretch. Just 5 minutes, please, so that we can come back on time and tidy up. I know that our Saturday is half gone, so let's just finish this training session and go back to our activities. 5 minutes, please. Timer on the clock.
Okay, my facilitator. Thank you so much.
and on their faith. Now, it's a coincidence that the first part of our training was anchored by female DTMs. Now, this second part, it's going to be anchored by very strong DTMs too. Male, exactly. I think next time we should just mix it up so there's male and female. But anyways, for the fourth module that we're going to have this afternoon, which is how we are going to thrive in the district recognition program, John Ruskin said, the highest reward for a person's toil is not what they get for it, but what they become by it. Recognition, therefore, is a very good motivator. To tell us how we can thrive at the district recognition program is a seasoned Toastmaster, a master of the craft. He is an accredited management trainer, an agribusiness executive, a chemical engineer, a managing partner at Bristol and Partners. He has extensive experience in leadership development, public sector transformation, and organizational strategy. He joined the Unity Toastmasters Club in 2013 and has since held various positions, including club president, club sponsor, and charter member. PQD Area 11 Division E. He is a 2-time division director, a 3-time member district leadership committee, a quality assurance manager district 130. He is passionate about helping individuals become confident speakers around Africa. He enjoys reading during his leisure time, tennis, and swimming. With a resounding virtual applause, let's welcome to the lectern, DTM Winston Ekpotu. DTM, sir, the lectern is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would just want to confirm from the moderator if you can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Great. Awesome. So it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Thank you to District 130, to the new leadership for the opportunity to come share knowledge. I also want to salute the people who have spoken before me. Some way they made the work even easier. And I reckon that the person who will speak after me will have a time of his life, because hopefully we would have cleared the way and would have laid foundations. So before I proceed, I would just want to feel the pulse of the room. Can anyone just remind us of what DTM Stella spoke about? What we took away from her session? So that I'm sure that we're back. Sorry, were you saying something?
I said, can I answer?
Yes, you can.
Yes, club
I'm hearing myself.
club creation.
Sorry, hold on. Someone has two devices.
For now, just you and me. I don't know who else has their microphone on.
Okay. So I think she can go ahead now.
Yes, please.
Sorry,
DTM. Can we please indicate by raising our hands when we want to speak, so it's orderly? Thank you. Go ahead, Josephine.
Okay, thank you very much. It's club retention and club creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Josephine. Toastmaster Muminat.
Thank you very much, my leader. Good afternoon, fellow leaders in the House. I think you just mentioned what I wanted to say. We should ensure that in building new clubs, we should also retain our clubs and ensure they are in good standing. So they help the district mission of creating clubs and also sustaining our current clubs.
Thank you very much. In building new clubs, we must make sure that the existing ones are still standing. Thank you. I saw the hand of Toastmaster Ojoma Mary Henry Abonika, DTM.
Good afternoon.
Good
Distinguished
afternoon.
Toastmaster Winston. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Distinguished Toastmaster Stella spoke to us about how to establish new clubs and support the existing ones. And she made us understand what is required of us to strike that balance. So yes, we want to build new clubs, but we must also put an eye on the existing clubs and make sure that they are supported, they are retained, and not just retained, but they remain healthy. And she also made us understand that this is a district mission, and as district officers, we are running with the district's assignment. So we must keep that in view as we perform our functions, and we must also be able to communicate this effectively to our members and our clubs, so they don't see it as just pushing them to build clubs, meanwhile they are struggling. So, and that was a key takeaway for me. Applying it to my business and my affairs, I must also know that I have to grow while I'm still keeping healthy what I have in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Mary. Thank you so much, everyone. I think Ella should be very happy because clearly she communicated and people got value. And I'm just going to ride on that. We are talking today or this afternoon about thriving in the district recognition program. Now, I thought to ask that question because very often, I've been around for a while, and I've heard people complain, especially when we start asking them about the number of clubs they have chartered, or the number of clubs that have become distinguished, or the number of new members that have joined the club. And you get to hear things like, why are we under so much pressure to build new clubs? And we have to always remind them of the mission of the district. And the day you take up the responsibility of being an area director, that's the day you formally adopt the mission of the district as your personal mission. So what it means is that it's no longer just about the number of speeches you are delivering or the number of meeting roles you are playing or how many awards you are earning for yourself. Your performance now will be based off on how many clubs we have been able to establish and how many of those clubs are of good quality such that we can classify them as excellent clubs. And that is why this afternoon, the two things we're going to be talking about today will be the Distinguished Club Program and the District Recognition Program. And the objectives of the session, some of them have been thoroughly addressed by the previous speakers, describing how moments of truth lead to club quality. I heard the Distinguished Toastmaster Titi Ojo speak extensively about this. She also spoke about defining the roles of the area directors and the division directors. And I believe that division directors, you actually sought these offices. You stood for elections, so you understand your roles. The area directors, you were all interviewed. So to a very large extent, you understand your roles. So what we would also focus on now is how to describe the Distinguished Club Program. And I want to implore us to please pay attention because we've had some changes and they have already come into effect, especially with regards to Distinguished Club Programs. So I'll be sharing with us the new changes. We're now having things like this, like a Smedley Distinguished Award for clubs, which before now, the highest you could earn as a club was the President's Distinguished. And right now, they've also developed or designed new parameters to award people or award clubs with this award. Like DTM Stella said, the focus of Toastmasters now is on quality. And that is also one of the reasons why we were able to shrink a number of districts, shrink the number of areas, the number of divisions, and as well as the number of clubs. So they have also made things a bit more interesting. I don't want to say difficult, a bit more interesting for you to have a club that you consider as a club of good quality. The next thing we're also going to be talking about is the Distinguished Area and Division Program. We will describe the importance of the success plans. Again, I heard the Titi will just speak extensively about this, so we may not pay so much attention to those, except for those people who were not on the call at the time she delivered her presentation. And I do hope that at the end of this session, you would also be in a very good position to respond to your respective club officers with regards to any of the things that we have spoken about or that we'll be talking about this afternoon. Moment of truth. We've had this conversation, so I'm not going to go into this. I want to move to this. I always ask people this question. So if you don't mind, I'd like a few persons to just type in the chat box. Why are you here? Why did you accept the responsibility or the call to serve? Why did you put yourself forward to serve as a division director? What motivated you? How do you feel about it now? So I want to have some people just type in the chat box. And if you feel like talking, then you can raise your hand as the moderator had said, and we would take your response. So why are you here? Why did you accept this call? Why are you in the service of the district? Anybody? Where is the chat function? Anyone? I'm waiting. Yes, Toastmaster Fumi Omotosho.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Wistin Ekwotu, one of our distinguished Agbabolas. I believe I'm here because I believe in growth. That is my growth and the growth of others.
Okay.
Being an area director is my turn to give back. I came into Toastmasters shivering, stammering, and unsure of myself. But at Toastmasters, I found my voice. I've been given the opportunity to play various leadership roles in my club and even in the area as PGD before. No, I meant PQD, Programs Quality Director of my area. So it's my turn to give back. It's my turn to put into practice all that I've learned. And I'm still growing and learning. And I believe I'm going to enjoy helping others to grow and learn together with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Omotosho, for that response. It is your time to give back. It is your time to also grow in the process. You want to help people to gain the kind of skills that you have gained. I've also seen some comments in the chat room. Toastmaster Gimba said he chose to become a division director because he believes in the power of growth through service. And an area director from Area 37 said this person was motivated first by the desire to grow as a leader, and the person is also motivated by a strong desire to bring something new to the area to tap into the amazing potential talent of local talents and turn the situation of the area, which is dim at the moment. Interesting. Toastmaster Vivian has discovered that the only way to become a leader is to actually take up roles. Exactly. Toastmasters is an interesting place. I heard the TMTT talk about the fact that some people come in. I used to tell people back then that Toastmasters sometimes were like a hospital where you have patients are all coming in, we are all here receiving treatment, but we are not responding the same way. And some people are obviously not even responding to the treatment at all. And such persons will end up ventilating because they seem to be beyond rehabilitation. So the only way you can actually grow in Toastmasters is to take on leadership roles and to take on opportunities. Thank you very much. I think one of the interesting things and why I'm happy with your responses is because I have read and I have listened and seen that a handful of us are now speaking more about what we can give rather than what we can gain. So which means that we have, to a very large extent, understood the mission of the district, which is to build new clubs and support all in achieving excellence. Building clubs is a lot of work. It is a tasking assignment because you are pushing people, you're trying to get people to accept something that they don't even know they need in some cases. So it can be quite tasking. And the performance of the district is contingent on our ability as area directors and as division directors to build new clubs and support all clubs towards achieving excellence. This is what you are taking over as District 130. You would most likely have a base that is more than, in terms of membership, that is more than 6,540, because we are still working towards seeing that the district finishes as a smartly distinguished district, I beg your pardon. You would also have over 160 paid clubs when you are as your base, and you will have over 103 distinguished clubs as your base. So what it means in essence is that by the end of this mandate, the 2025-2026 mandate, you are almost certainly going to be looking at having, or you're going to have a goal of well over 170 paid clubs, well over 6,005, almost 7,000 members, and you would have to have over 110 distinguished clubs. It's good to have this at the back of your minds so that you can distill this to your respective divisions, and then the areas can also distill this to their respective areas, and you can begin to set targets for the clubs. I'm not too sure of what the trio and the senior cabinet have in mind for this mandate, but I have a very good feeling that they will not be too far away from the numbers I have called. So if we have to talk about the importance of the Distinguished Club Program, I felt it would be necessary for me to bring to your attention the global one so that you can understand how what we're going to be talking about feeds into this global one. The district's mission is your mission, irrespective of what motivated you to become a district officer. And when I say district officer, an area director and a district division director, you are all part of the district officers. So whatever motivated you, you are fine, you are here now, you will grow, but you must work towards fulfilling this mission of building new clubs and supporting all clubs towards achieving excellence. So this is what most of the divisions look like now. So what it also means, I mean, there's been changes, no doubt, it's been reduced, some have merged, but we would also want to see something that looks better than this at the end of this mandate. So now let's go into what it means to participate in the club's Distinguished Club Program as a club. The basic requirement, the first basic, is that a club must have a minimum of 20 members for them to participate in the Distinguished Club Program. You must have a minimum of 20 members. I don't want to go into the other one because I'm hoping that no club here under your leadership will go below 20. But if for any reason you have clubs that where maybe they had gone out of, they had been suspended and you reinstated them with a minimum of 12, then we will now be looking at a net growth of 5, which means that you're looking at a minimum of 17 members for you to be distinguished. But I really want to implore us, for the purpose of this call, let's forget about anything less than 20. Let's aim and let's focus and let's see that we can get our clubs to be at that membership strength of 20 to qualify for the distinguished program. Now, we also have another qualification, which I said I wasn't going to, I'm imploring us not to pay attention to, but I'll still talk about it. And that is having a net growth of a particular number. Now, what do you mean, or what do we mean when we talk about the membership base? Membership base of a club is the number that the club has as at July 1. And what this means is that everybody who has paid their membership dues, or all membership dues that have been paid from the month of April until June 30th, they are all calculated and they form the membership base. I take that again. All dues that have been paid as of the April dues renewal period up until June 30th, these form the membership base. Then a net growth occurs when the number is above what the membership base was at the time the club started the Toastmasters year. So Toastmasters is not expecting that the same group of persons that started the Toastmasters year will end the Toastmasters year. It's not in any way expecting that, because life happens. People will move. People will change city. People may change jobs. Things may happen. But whatever happens, you are expected to ensure that if you started off with 20 members, you should end with 20 members. If you started off with 20, you should end with a minimum of 20 members. And I said that we have some changes now that have mandated or that have occasioned awards for clubs that have more than 20 members. Before now, for those of us who have been around for a while, what used to happen is that when we have up to 20, we push to 30, 35, 40, and you split. Now, it may not be as easy to split if you have 40. You may be looking to split when you're up to 50, and I will show you why as we go along. The Distinguished Club Program identifies 10 goals that clubs are expected to meet in the course of the Toastmasters year. Think of this like your KPI in an organization or in any assignment you have been given. And the KPIs have been divided into 3 categories. The first category is the educational category. The second is the membership category. And the third is the club training and administrations category. So let's look at what it happens in the educational category. You have 6 educational goals as a club to meet. Every club is expected in a Toastmasters year, and that is why you are required to bring in new members. It is expected that in a Toastmasters year, you should have at least 4 persons who have completed the level 1 program. It is expected that clubs should have at least 2 persons who have completed the level 2, the second level in any path of their choosing. It is expected that they should, and the club is encouraged to have additional 2 persons, so making a total of 4 persons that would complete the second level of any educational path of their choosing. And you don't stop there. Every path has 5 levels. So they're also hoping to see that some of your members get through to the 3rd level, the 4th level, and even the 5th level. Now, they're also aware of the fact that it's not very easy to go through all of these things. That is why the number of awardees reduce as the levels increase. Level 1 is pretty straightforward, somewhat easy, very little, maybe 6, 7 number of speeches and meeting rules combined. They expect that you should have more people meeting this. It gets a bit more challenging at level 2, but they still expect that you should have at least 4, which is, well, the first one you should have 6, the second one at least 4. I beg your pardon, 4. And then the third one, the 3rd level, you should have at least 2 people. Hopefully, some of the persons who have completed level 2 should be encouraged to go to level 3. And it's expected that in a Toastmasters year, at least one person should complete level 4 and at least one person should complete level 5. So as area directors, you are to support these clubs to ensure that they are going through these stages one at a time and giving as much encouragement as possible to see that they achieve this. The second part of the DCP is the membership. As I've said earlier, please let's have 20 paid members or a net growth of 5. That is if the club was one of the most difficult clubs you had to oversee. Or you could encourage your people, encourage the clubs to keep expanding, to keep growing. Moments of Truth would allow them to know what they're doing well in terms of marketing, what they're doing well in terms of membership engagement, what they're doing well in terms of quality, and areas they need to work on in these aspects to improve their membership. 4 new members. Every club is expected to have at least 4 new members in the Toastmasters year if you want to qualify for the Distinguished Club Program. And if you get more than 4, up to 8, it means that you would score higher on that club program, or the clubs will score higher. So I know we are familiar with this. As an area director, you would have at some point been directly responsible for overseeing your club's activities to see that you achieve your distinguished status. But now it is a time for you to oversee 4 clubs, if you're an area director, or 6 clubs, and for division directors between 12 and 20, supporting them towards achieving all of these things. It's a lot of work, but we know that you are all equal to the task. So what we are doing is reminding you of these. We hope that they have submitted their officers list. You will be having your club officers trainings. We are to encourage them and remind them that for them to also qualify in the administrative part, they have to train. A minimum of 4 of the club officers must attend the training, and then they should also submit their membership dues in good time. Now, this is another interesting thing that has happened. DTM Titi Ojo kept hammering on the club success plan. I think Toastmasters International also saw the need for this, and as part of improvement towards club quality, they have now said that clubs must submit their club success plans by the 30th of September in a Toastmasters year. So what this means is that clubs will now have to deliberately develop their club success plans. What it also means is that the area directors will have no choice but to actually look out for these clubs or those clubs who have not developed the success plans. From experience, I have found that clubs that don't have success plans hardly succeed because it's a foundational document. It is your blueprint. The thing with the planning is that it helps you in thinking. The document you produce at the end of the planning stage is not as important as the process you go through in the planning. So every moment you spend thinking about the dynamics of the team, thinking about the goals, thinking about the potential obstacles, you are coming up with solutions as well. And it's the same for us with the area success plans as well as the division success plans. I am yet to find if the area directors and the division directors are required to submit their success plans as it has been mandated by the clubs. But I know that district officers and district directors always request for the success plans because it is your success plan that helps the officer overseeing or supervising you to produce or develop their own success plan. So it is very important. And before now, we had 3 kinds of awards or recognitions that could be earned by clubs: the distinguished, the select, and the president's distinguished. However, since July 1, 2025, they have introduced a 4th category, and that category is the Smedley Distinguished Club. And for this one, clubs that have up to 25 members will be recognized, as well as meeting 10 of the other DCP goals will be the ones to earn the Smedley distinguished club. So this is just a little tweak from what we used to have as the perfect 10. For those of us who remember, we used to have what we call the perfect 10 clubs. These were clubs that met 10 out of their 10 DCP goals. But what's the difference between the Smedley Distinguished Club and the Perfect 10 Club? I want to throw the floor open now, and I want some people to give that response. So type in the chat box or raise your hand if you can spot the difference between the Smedley Distinguished Club and the Perfect 10 Club. Yes, Eddie Jimmy has said something. Who else? Eddie Grace Amoka. Yes, Mary, this is Mary.
Okay, the difference is that the Smedley for the DCP goals can now be tagged as the perfect 10. It means that you should have attained the 10 over 10 for this medley, but most importantly is the number of members. So the difference is that for President Distinguished, 20 members, 9 out of the 10 goals, and then for Smedley, you must have 25 members, and then 10 out of your 10 goals.
Okay, so the difference is 5 members.
Oh, yeah.
The difference is just 5 members.
Wow.
Those of us who remember maths, when they ask you what's the difference between 5 and 10, it's not that one is 10, one is 5.
Maths was my worst subject, as a matter of fact.
I'm sure you understand what I mean. The difference between 5 and 10 is not that one is 5, one is 10. The difference is 5.
That's an interesting word. My maths,
Thank you very much. At least I got
maths has caught up with me.
I got people laughing. So here we go. So I have a couple of so I'm moving at you have your hand up. I hope you're not trying to answer what has been answered.
The difference is the one goal, 9 and 10.
The difference is the one goal. It was moving at. Thank you, Ma. Okay, so I have a couple of scenarios that I want us to look at together, just to stimulate our brains, so to speak. So I have 4 clubs that I named here after some Premier, what do you call them now? Clubs from the Nigerian Premier League. So the first club I have here is Akwa United Toastmasters Club. And I want us to read through this and then let us analyze this club and let's see the award or the recognition that this club will end with at the end of the Toastmasters year. So it starts with, the club had club officers Benga, Gloria, Godwin, and Grace were trained in the month of July. In the month of August, Toastmaster Choma earned the level 1 on her, or completed level 1 on her pathways, on her path, and Toastmaster Gloria completed level 2. In September, they had Toastmaster Nnamdi join the club and they submitted their dues renewal in good time. In October, Chooks earned his level 1 award. And by November, 2 members joined the club. In December, they received a 3rd member. So you should take note of how many members have joined so far. In January, Toastmaster Kunle completed level 4, and they had another new member. And by February, 4 of the officers, again from the first 4, were trained. In March, Toastmaster Nusa, I beg your pardon, Nusa joined the club, and Grace earned level 2. In April, Adebayo earned level 5, and they had a new member, Nathaniel. In May, they had another new member, Nasri, and the club officer list was submitted. And by the end of the mandate in June 30th, Akwa United had 25 members. What recognition will Aqua United be bestowed with when they get to Gabon? Are we still trying to analyze? I'm waiting. Distinguished Toastmaster Omobolarinwa Jagun says that Aqua United will be distinguished. Thank you very much for that. Let's also get some. Toastmaster Muminat said they will be select distinguished. So we now have 2. So who thinks that they will be Smedley? I'm waiting. So we have 2 responses and there's a tie now. So those in favor of distinguished, please indicate by a show of the virtual hand up. So we now have 2-1 on the select. Okay. Who else has we have another one, M select from Toastmaster Suraya. Select distinguished. We have distinguished again, so that's interesting. So we have about 4 people for select distinguished and 2 for distinguished. Toastmaster Ranade had to turn on her camera because she wants to explain to us why this club should be Smedley distinguished. I mentioned that and she ran away. All right, so who would like to explain to us? Those of you who think it's distinguished, let's hear from you, and who thinks it is select, let's also hear. Toastmaster Muminat.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Winston. So from the scenario, I see that they have 3 level 1s, which means they are not qualified for a level 1 because they need minimum of 4. They have 2 level 2, which is the first category of level 2, which is the first goal. They do not have any level 3. They have 1 level 4 and 1 level 5. So for the educational goals, out of 6, they got 3. That's 3/6. Then for the membership goals, they got 7 members. But however, before the end of the tenure, they close at 25. So they've been able to get their 4 membership goals. And the club officers training, they need minimum of 4. So 4 attended in August and another 4 attended in February. So that's when that is actually completed. Yeah. Then the submission of the club officers list was done in time, and payment renewal was also done. So that brings my calculation to 7/10, which is select distinguished.
Thank you very much. Toastmaster Gimba, you changed your mind to distinguished. Can you also, maybe you can explain to us why you changed your mind? Thank you, Toastmaster Muminat.
Yes. Hi, DTM Winston. Yes, so
sir.
I was going through the thing again just to make sure that I am on track. Just like Professor Movina said, she's correct. 3 educational goals, 2 membership, 1 training goal. But for the renewal, I'm not sure the club officer list was submitted on time. It's not there, so I'm not going to assume anything. So if it hasn't been submitted, yeah, that leaves us with 6.5 goals. So it's a 7. That's already distinguished.
All right, thank you so much, sir. But I think it actually said here that it was submitted in the month of May. If we look at it, new member Nasri joined the club in May, and the officer list was submitted in May. Awesome. Thank you very much. So let's try another one.
Sorry, Toastmaster Winston.
Yes, ma'am.
The club officer list that was submitted in May is for the next cycle, is for the next set of executives.
Yes.
So the club officers list being submitted is not for them.
No, okay.
It's not for that year. It's for the next year.
Okay. Interesting. Can someone explain to Toastmaster Jagun? You know, every year, for them to have the month of July, that's when they started their mandate. So what it means is that the previous mandate would have submitted their officers list on their behalf. That's why they were able to train 4 officers, and the 4 officers who were trained were recognized. Does that clarify? Does Mr. Jagun, are you satisfied with that response?
No, I'm not sure you got my point. I'm saying the club officers list that they submitted here is for the next year, not for this year we are considering.
Yes, I understand that. And
For this year. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying the club officer list for this year would have been submitted previously.
Yes.
So we don't know if they submitted the club officers list on time.
I understand you. But what I would say is this, based on my understanding of this particular scenario, the fact that the 4 officers who were trained were recognized, I would assume safely that it was submitted in time. Okay, so let's move to another one, and that is Kanu Pillars Toastmasters Club. So let's go through this now. Club officers, Lawan, Lami, Lukman, and Laraba, they have been trained, or they were trained in July. Amina earned her level 1 award, and the membership dues report was submitted in September. Kabir and Ladidi earned level 1 pathways awards in October. 2 new members joined in November. 1 other member joined in December. By February, they had the 2nd officers training. And then in March, a new member joined, Nafiu, and Zainab earned her level 2 award. In April, Abdullahi earned his level 2 pathways award. In May, Bello earned level 1 pathways award, and they submitted their officer list for the next mandate. And then in June, another set of officers were trained. What recognition will these guys earn, assuming we get to Gabon by May 2026? Hello. Toastmaster Omar says distinguished. Toastmaster Mominat.
I asked a question. We don't know what number they ended with, which is very important for us to know where they fall, even with their educational goals.
Thank you very much. So it's not stated. They ended with 20 members. Toastmaster Abubakar Gimba, 20, I beg your pardon, distinguished club, please. Toastmaster Mominat, without your response, we will not go. Distinguished from Toastmaster Khadija. So we don't have any select distinguished here. So what that means is that we are all in agreement. And yes, they finished with distinguished Toastmaster award. Thank you, Toastmaster Fred. You've seen my time, and we are moving ahead. So I have 2 more to go. Let's look at another one from the Yoruba Angels, not the demons this time. In July, the club had 4 officers trained: Rotimi, Rukaya, Remy, and Richard. In August, Kemi earned the level 1 award. In November, Ngozi joined the club, and their membership dues they submitted in good time. Kunle earned the level 1 pathways award in October. By November, Neka and Nosa joined the club, and Amaka earned level 2. In December, Naomi joined the club, and Abiodun earned level 2. In January, Heyinde earned level 4, and a new member, Yetunde, joined the club. In February, Kayode and Kolapo earned level 1. In March, a new member Nonso joined the club. Rukaya and Rotimi earned their level 2. And in April, Adekunle and Richard earned level 5, and a new member, Tope, joined the club. In May, new members Lamide joined the club, and the club officer list was submitted, and they finished with 23 members. What recognition will they have? $23 members. Presidents distinguished from Toastmaster Suraiya Owana Ahmed Rufai. Toastmaster Omar Gimba says select distinguished. Okay, so I guess we have a tie. Who else has a contrary response to the first two so that we can take it off? Toastmaster Gimba says select distinguished. Okay. Toastmaster Omar is on select distinguished again. No problem, we're with you. So should we take it off one at a time? So let's go. Toastmaster Suraiya Owana, can you speak where you are?
Thank you very much, DTM Winston, and good afternoon to everyone. So the reason why I chose President Distinguished is because all the goals there has been achieved, but where the difference is the membership. President Distinguished, 20 members qualify you to be President Distinguished, and already the club has 23 members, so it has qualified them to be President Distinguished. However, they are not yet to Smedley. The Smedley President, is it Smedley President, or is it Smedley Distinguished?
Smedley Distinguished.
Thank you.
Smedley
Yes. Thank you. That's
All
my
right, thank
own
you.
reason.
That's your own. Okay, so let's hear from Toastmaster Omar Garba if he is able to speak.
Okay, yes, I can, sir.
All right, please go
Okay,
ahead,
from
sir.
analysis, for want of time, let me just focus on the goals that were not met. From my
Okay.
analysis, all the education goals were met with the exception of level 3. They didn't have any level 3. So they have 5 goals out of the 6 educational goals. And for the membership, they ticked off the 2. They added 8 new members, making it 7 goals. Then membership renewals and club officers lists were all submitted on time. But club officers training, they only attended the first part of it. There was no mention of the second training. So overall, I have 8 goals here, making them select distinguished.
So let's hear from, thank you so much, sir. Let's hear from Toastmaster Muminat. Someone has mentioned now that there was no level 3.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Winston. Let me say, I assume that they were actually trained again the second time. That's why I gave them 9. The only thing they did not mention was their level 3. They had the educational goals, level 1 completed, the first level 2, the second level 2, but there was no mention of level 3. Of course, they had excess of level 4 and level 5. But of course, it's only one that will be counted club officers training the first time. So we assumed that they were there again the second time, even if it was just 4 of them. And membership was done. And of course, 23 members, it's more than 20, but not up to 25. So they won't get Smedley, but they'll get President Distinguished. Thank you.
Thank you. So invariably, I think Toastmaster Omar picked that fact that level 3 was not there. So they did not have the complete 10 out of 10. They only had 9 out of 10, but they also had over 23 members. So that also qualified them for the President's Distinguished Award, which is what they eventually earned up with. Is that okay? Because they had 9 out of 10 goals. Yes, they were all trained. I think I missed out that line. they were all trained. I understand you, Toastmaster. Yes, Toastmaster Mary, before Toastmaster Mary speaks, I understand Toastmaster Gimba, but I want to say that yes, they were trained. It was my omission, missing out the line of their training. So let's go to Toastmaster Ojuma. Your hands are up. Is it a question?
Okay, I think it's a question, or maybe my eyes are failing me. I see only 3 level 2s completed. Aren't there supposed to be 4?
Only my eyes are not failing me too.
Only 3 level 2s were completed, and there are supposed to be 4. If that is correct, it means they didn't meet the second leg of level 2.
No. We have Rukaya and Rotimi earning level 2 in March. We also have Amaka earning level 2.
And Abiodun ends level 2 in
Abiodun
December.
earning level 2 in December.
Okay, I think my
Are we
eyes are
together?
failing me.
That's why it's always good to have a team, because sometimes so thank you, Toastmaster Mumina.
Thank you.
Because even me too, my eyes began to fail me. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Mary, for bringing that up. So let's go to the 4th one now. I believe this one should be a walk in the park for us. But again, all of these things just help to bring to our attention some of the things that we may miss. Because there are also some times when clubs have actually met some of these goals, but they don't properly align them, and sometimes they forget to even log them in. So we have another one here now. In the month of July, 4 officers were trained: Aisha, Remi, Danjuma, and Ifeanyi. In August, Kelechi earned level 1. By September, Halima joined the club and the membership dues were submitted. The club's success plan was also submitted. By October, Usman earned level 1. And by November, Zainab and Chinedu joined the club. Amarachi got her level 2. In December, Tari joined the club. Zainab and Chinedu earned level 3 and Abubakar earned level 2. In January, Emeka earned level 4 and a new member, Fatima, joined the club. And in February, Tunde and Bashir earned level 1. In March, Ibrahim joined the club. Ibrahim and Aisha earned level 2. In April, Musa and Ifai earned level 5 and Ngozi joined the club. In May, new member Rukaya joined the club and they submitted their club officers list. And by June, club officers Aisha, Remi, Danjuma, and Ifeanyi were trained. How many DCP points did they make?
What did they close with?
25. So it's a perfect 10. And they had 25 members. So it's a Smedley Distinguished Club. Awesome. And this is the goal. This should be the target for everyone. Because what this would also mean is that the institution and the organization is growing. What it also means is that new members are joining, the existing members are growing, and it is not just one person going from level 1 to level 5. You have different people going, and that is what Toastmasters is about, providing a friendly and supportive environment necessary for people to learn and to grow. So this is with the Distinguished Club program. It's important that we acquaint ourselves with this program as it has been redesigned. For those of us who are already used to the old one, I must confess, it took me preparing for this training to actually understand the new and the Smedley one. Some of us are still stuck on 2 CCs, another 2 CCs, 1 ALM and 1 ALB. So it was quite refreshing to get this. For the Distinguished Area Program, we are expecting that every area should actively participate in this. Now, why is this important? When we talk about a net growth or growth in the district, it starts with the clubs, but the areas themselves have to grow. Most of the time, a handful of areas do not actively participate in this. If we go to the dashboard of the district now, you may find some areas that have not participated. How will you know they've not participated? They are not distinguished, they are not select distinguished, they are not presidents distinguished. And that was not the goal for Toastmasters. It is expected that everyone should participate because it's a way for you to test yourself. When you set goals and you achieve them, it builds your self-confidence. So area directors are expected to participate in the area, distinguished area program. And what is expected of you is that you should have no net club loss. In simple terms, if you started your area with 4 clubs, you must finish with a minimum of 4 clubs. Whether 2 died, if 2 died, give birth to another 2. If 3 died, give birth to another 3. But you should have a minimum of the number you started with. It is also expected that we should submit our area directors' club visit reports for 75% of our base. So which means that if you have 4 clubs and you visited all 4, Toastmasters would not know that you have visited them until you submit the area director's visit report. And let me tell you, that report can be long. It is draining. So the earlier you start, the better. Don't wait until the deadline. You may end up missing out on this award simply because you did not submit your area director's report. You could finish with 6 clubs. You started with 4, you finished with 6. But because you did not submit area director's report, you will not get qualified. Or you submitted for only 2. And the day you were trying to submit for the 3rd one, which was the day of the deadline, network issues happened, or the national grid, if you live in this part of the world, you know what national grid is when it collapses, and you didn't have power. That could be what could make you not earn that award. So we always advise, start immediately. I'm sure the portal will be opened up for you to gain access to area directors' visit reports so you can start completing them as you visit. It is extremely important. Yes, I've spoken about this, and obviously everyone here knows your base is the number that is on the dashboard as at June 30th. So which means by July 1, whatever number of clubs you started with, that is your base number of clubs. So no net loss is that you should not finish with less than that. This is what the area directors club visit report looks like. I think there is usually, beyond the editable copy, I think there is a form that you fill directly on the Toastmasters website. And once you're done and you click submit, it exports all the data you have imputed into a form, and it goes to the world headquarters and copies the district director, if I'm not mistaken. Some other changes have been made with regards to club reinstatement. Now, before now, we could allow clubs with 8 members to pass through as not so well, but okay. It's been changed. The minimum now is 12 members. So these are things that we need to pay attention to and encourage our clubs so that we do not have clubs that are at the brink of collapse. It is very important. Distinguished Toastmaster Stella has mentioned the focus of the world headquarters through the international president is building clubs of high quality. And we cannot have a club with less than 12 members and consider such a club to be one of high quality, because it takes a robust and diverse membership base to build the quality of a club. So the same way you have recognitions for clubs, you also have for the areas. We have the distinguished area, the select distinguished area, and the president's distinguished area. And for the distinguished area, it says that you should have no net loss, and then at least 50% of your base, when you say your base now, 50% of the clubs in your area should be a minimum of distinguished, which means they should have a minimum of 5 DCP goals met with either 20 members or a net growth of 5 members. Please, let's focus on the minimum of 20 members, not net growth of 5. That's where I want us to focus on, except you're pushing for the Smedley. And for the select distinguished clubs, you should have at least 50% of your base clubs as distinguished, plus 1 more distinguished club. So which means if you have 6 clubs in your area, 3 of them are distinguished, you only have, and that your base was 6, so no net growth, it means that you are distinguished. If 1 more club becomes distinguished, it means that you are now select distinguished. So more than 50% of your clubs being distinguished, you select distinguished. And then if you are pushing, which is where we hope that everyone will go to, for the president's distinguished area, it means that you should have 50% of your clubs as distinguished. Basic, you've met the criteria for select distinguished. And then additionally, you should have a net growth of 1 club, which means you should add to a club. And there are so many ways we do this. DTM Stella has spoken about starting new clubs, going for new leads, getting into new places. That's awesome and great. If you don't have the bandwidth for that, there are other ways around it as well. The minimum you could do is grow the clubs in your area. Let the clubs in your area grow in membership such that from within that area, you can create another club. That should be even the most basic and the minimum one. So push for the new ones that we are looking out for, the new corporate ones, but you should have as a standard, if I have 4 clubs in my area with 20 members each, they should all finish with 30 members each, and we should pull the extra 10 or extra 5 from each of these clubs to form a new club in that area. That will get you through to the president's distinguished. And why is this important? If a division director has 4 areas and all 4 of them are president's distinguished, automatically the division becomes distinguished, becomes a president's distinguished division. So it lessens the burden. And when you have all divisions as president's distinguished, you have taken the district several steps closer to being a Smedley distinguished district. So it is extremely important that we pay attention to this. Division directors, just as I have mentioned, you also have your own recognitions to go for. You also have your own distinguished division program to participate in. And I'm just going to read through or run through what you have. I've already mentioned it. If the areas can be president's distinguished, you too can be. Even though it is a bit complex, and I think some things have changed now, because before now, we used to have that for a division to be president's distinguished, just as the clubs would require distinguished areas, you require this, I beg your pardon, just as the area requires distinguished clubs, divisions require distinguished areas to participate. So what it means is that to be a distinguished division, maintain your club base with 40% of the clubs as distinguished. For you to be a select distinguished division, 45% of your club base should be distinguished. And for you to be a president's distinguished division, 50% of the division's club base with a net growth of 1. This has changed now because we are now looking for a net growth of 2 to be president's distinguished as a division. Because they don't want to just have only 1. Like we said, they are trying to improve things. They're making things more interesting. So we're no longer looking for net growth of 1 to be president's distinguished. Starting from this mandate, you are going to have a net growth, or you would require a net growth of 2 clubs to become president's distinguished as a division. So what it means is that you will require at least one area should be president's distinguished. Because for you to have a net growth, it means that an area would have had a net growth. And if you push 2 areas to have their own respective net growth and become president's distinguished, then you would be home free. So it's a good thing for you to pursue. And this is how it all feeds into the district's recognition program. We are here to support you. We're here to encourage you. We're here to ensure that you remain excited and remain focused. The job, for those of us who finished as club presidents and we thought, oh, we were done, haven't delivered a President's Distinguished Club, well, you now have to ensure that 4 or 5 clubs within your area of jurisdiction also earn the same award that you earned, or the same recognition. So this is what the Club Success Plan looks like. It's important that we familiarize ourselves with these documents as division officers so that we can help and support the respective club officers within our divisions and areas to complete this document. You should also find for yourself the area success plan as well as the division success plan. They also have within them questions that will help you to think through and to plan for your mandate. And if we can put all of these things together, I have absolutely no doubt that by May next year, when we are all gathered in Gabon, we will be celebrating not just successes and awards because of the clubs that have been created, but you will be celebrating growth, the growth of individuals, including yourselves, because you have been able to set goals for yourselves, you've been able to develop success plans, you've been able to execute these plans, and you have seen measurable and tangible successes as a result of your efforts. On this note, I want to thank you and hope that we can take questions.
Thank you very much, DTM Winston, for a very interesting and insightful training. It was indeed very engaging and interactive. Our time is fast spent, so please, if we have questions, let's ask now. I think we can take just 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you, sir. There is no question. I mean, everybody. Okay, Toastmaster Gimba. Sorry.
Yes, there's somebody, Umar Ibrahim, I think. Yes, Umar Ibrahim.
Toastmaster Umar Ibrahim.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much, sir, for that informative presentation. So my question is, to what extent can we help clubs especially to achieve these goals? Because sometimes it seems some clubs are getting too much plastic surgery just to achieve goals. You'll see well-to-do members paying for 4 or 5 people just to get numbers. You'll see people becoming dual members just to submit their education in other clubs and help them reach their goals. So to what extent can we help in this way? And what is too much help, if there's anything like that?
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Umar. I think the question you've asked is an interesting one, and it's very similar to what was asked during the session of DTM Stella. And it goes back to the mission, which is to support and to build. And you're right, there's a lot of cosmetic surgery going on. Sometimes it is not sustainable. So one of the things I will advocate is for early diagnosis. As area directors, we step in, because we have also had, even in, at least I'm very familiar with some of the clubs within my own division. We've had clubs that year in, year out, they required plastic surgery, as you've called it. And it took a very purposeful and committed leadership at the district, at the division and the area to design programs to help that club. And I know of one of such clubs that has now become a champion producing club. So the first thing we would do is to go in there early enough to find out, why is this club always requiring surgery? And several factors could play out. It could be the demography of this membership. It could be that they are students, they can't afford to pay. It could be that there are people who are not working. There could be several reasons. It could also be that they are not attracting the right quality of members. It could be that the venue or the location of the meeting or the timing is an issue. So once you're able to appropriately diagnose the situation, you can come up with the surgical operation that will be more sustainable. But sometimes we leave these things until last minute and then we start running around getting people to pay. But it is not always the case, because I have been in Toastmasters. I think I will be almost 12 or 13 years now in Toastmasters. And I know that I've seen clubs that have been turned around tremendously. And what it took, the scenarios are the same. A very strategic, committed, and purposeful leadership at the area and division level. They came together, they looked at the club, looked at the challenges, and thought, what can we do that will be more sustainable beyond getting people to just pay last minute? And some of the drastic changes they did are some of the things I've mentioned. I've had where they even brought in a new set of executives from another club. They changed the executives completely. They changed the meeting venue, changed the meeting days, and even went out on another campaign for a different demographic. So there are different things that can be done. You should borrow the template of people who have gone down this road that you're traveling on. You have a plethora of resources, human and non-human, that you could draw from. Toastmaster Stella George has her hand up, so I will yield the floor to her to shed more light on.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Winston, is to shed more light as well. Thank you. You've just given the apt response to this question. And it's a very, very, very important question, because these are the things that we'll be facing, right? So it's always good for us to be very practical and very open. We are leaders. We can say these things as they are. We've all experienced these things at one point or the other, whether as the president, area director, division director, and the rest. So now what my advice, in addition to what this team has said, is that you do your SWOT analysis. And in doing your SWOT analysis, the way I do mine is those clubs that I know that are very strong, the leadership are strong, they know what they want. I don't really waste time with them. I just do what I call check in once in a while. How are you guys doing, right? The guy understands from the get-go. He has a strategy set, he has his vision, he has his goal, he has his team. The person is self-motivated. He's telling you, even whatever you're telling him, he says, see, I will do this thing ×2, don't worry. And they will deliver. There are people like that. You don't need to bother so much, because what I see some leaders do, that is the club they want to go to. That is the only place they want to focus on. Meanwhile, you have clubs that are weak. They are struggling. And that is why you're the leader. You want to balance everything. So these clubs need more of your support. And like DTM Winston has said, this is where you now begin to do a diagnosis to find out what their issues are. You can do best practices. You can bring the other president that is doing so well to share experience. You can support them in whatever way you can, and not to spoon feed them. In your ability to bring them up to solve these problems by themselves at the end of the tenure, to make everybody happy. I think that's what will work for me. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Madam CGD. So I think one thing we should take away from this, which we should not be under any illusion. Every year we would have clubs that need surgery. That's a fact. Because clubs will have struggles. It's going to happen. But it's in the struggles that the best of leaders emerge. Because I can tell you, I've seen people who have even gone into these clubs that are struggling and turned these clubs around. And the level of confidence with which they now operate is amazing. So in some cases, the best of leaders actually emerge from the toughest of times. So clubs will always struggle. And when they do, we should just not have that mindset. I think Temsela also spoke about this. You will have people who will come and tell you things like, hey, clubs are struggling. Why are you creating new clubs? Because we cannot focus on only the ones that are struggling. We have to create new ones. It's always going to happen. Every year, clubs go under. That's why we are encouraged to create new ones. And even though it looks as though some people are benefiting somewhere from it, there is also something you gain as a person when you're able to start off something out of nothing and grow it into something. So I really want to encourage us. You're going to have these clubs that are struggling. When you see them, reach out to people, reach out to past division directors. Every one of them, at least from the northern Nigeria, I can speak for. We have all had at least one club that the members were just not okay. And we did everything we could to rehabilitate them and rehabilitate the club. And some of those clubs are thriving today. There were times when we even changed the names of clubs. We even changed the location. We moved clubs from one state to the other so that the club can survive. So you would always have that. But what I would always, and what I try to encourage us, and I would, as much as possible, we should try to reduce doing is paying for people, because that one is not as sustainable, except it is, you have no choice. But if you start early, you would always have a choice. So I would want to yield the floor now, because I know time is fast spent, and Itemulu Joseph has turned on his camera for the 4th time. When he does that with his glasses on, I know I have to leave. So I will not ask you. What the takeaway is, I think Toastmaster Amina has left some questions in the chat box, which we can answer for ourselves. I wish us all a very fruitful Toastmasters year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Winston, for a very impactful session. Wow, it was a very long one, but we didn't even know that time had gone because we were enjoying the session. And now we are moving to the final segment of this training. You know, we have to save the best for last. And the important thing in all of what we have learned today is the clubs. And so club visits. The journey of Toastmasters begins from the clubs. Club visits are very important. To emphasize this point is a seasoned Toastmaster, a man of many parts, a visionary leader, a trainer, a mentor, a coach with a strong passion for personal development. He believes in effective communication and leadership building. His journey in Toastmasters has been marked by consistent excellence, guiding clubs to achieve excellence awards and nurturing countless leaders across diverse sectors. He is the CEO, Capacity Innovative Concepts Limited, a capacity building and digital transformation company that helps professionals and entrepreneurs harness their full potential. Known for its charisma, clarity, commitment, and energy, the Jagaban, as he is fondly called, continues to inspire audiences at local and international stages. He believes if you are a bad follower, you cannot become a great leader. With a resounding virtual applause, let's welcome to the lectern, distinguished Toastmaster Oludaisi Joseph. Sir, the lectern is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Please confirm that you can hear my voice.
We can hear you.
Excellent. It was Isaac Newton who said, "You have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." And today, I want to appreciate my leaders who have spoken before me, same leaders that have trained me over the years, the last 8 years. And it's a big privilege to share this moment with them, this platform with them. And I want to also appreciate the PQD, Program Quality Director at the district level, DTM Nicole, and of course, DTM Zalia for inviting me to join my ancestors to deliver this training. Wow. Guess what? All my leaders have actually touched all my slides. So the question is, what else will I say today to the area directors and division directors on this call? However, I will still have 1 or 2 things to say, and please let us pay close attention. And I promise that I will not delay us because it's already past lunchtime. This is after 2. In fact, I was supposed to host a business seminar somewhere in town, but I had to tell them Toastmasters come first, right? Today, we want to look at area directors club visits, specifically area directors club visits. And my leaders have said so many aspects of it. I will just pick 1 or 2 things, and then we'll do a breakout session where you brainstorm on 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll come back and we'll close. All right. What's it all about? Why club visits? Club visits are opportunities for the district through the area director. Please underline that. The opportunities for the district, our district 130, through the area director to support clubs. Club officers and enhance quality club experience, to enhance club experience, to help them thrive. Visit each club in your area in at least twice during the year. The Distinguished Toastmaster Winston has actually shared the last part of his slides 2 times in a year, 2 times, twice a year. And what a beautiful haul when you look at, when you pay a visit to certain clubs, the clubs are looking fine and awesome and everything is on point. Meanwhile, you're going to find a situation where you go to a club and it's only 2 members. 2 members of the club, the rest are other Toastmasters from other clubs. How do you deliver your moment of truth exercise? That is where you really know the truth. Somebody once said, an area director said, when he calls the club, one of the clubs he went to, he said, everything's okay, sir. We are on point. We're all right. There's no truth in that statement because they are struggling, yet they refuse to accept that there's a problem. So you as area director, you are going to be seeing things, real life situation. This is an area director, past area director, area 8 director, Bola Yusuf. Twice he had to visit the club under his area, twice a year, on or before 30th of November. The same thing you need to plan, like DTM Wilson said, plan early and execute early. Twice, one this year, the second one will be next year. On or before November and on or before May 31st. Now, for you to embark on this visit, I think I need to point out to you, before you schedule this visit, in fact, before this training, I asked one of the new area directors to log into the portal, and he said he has not been assigned in the club central. So once the website is properly propagated for you as area director, you can log in. But before you do this, what are the things you need to do as area director? I need you to connect with the club president and the vice president of education. Is very, very important. You cannot just go to a club. You need to fix a date. Get a date. You have 5 clubs in your area. Talk to the president or VP and say, look, I am coming to your club as your area director. Let them give you the appropriate dates. Every club meets twice in a month, which the first week or the second meeting that they would like you to come, you need to agree with them. Once you have agreed, ensure that the club members are informed. Because we have found a situation where a club area director goes to a club and members didn't know that there was going to be area directors visit. They didn't know. They were not informed. So you need to relate. You cannot emphasize the issue of relationship with club president. You need to relate with the club president and VP and let them inform their members that next month, the second week in next month, in August or September, you are going to pay visit, official visit. Club visit is official visit for area directors. Another thing you need to ensure is to make sure that when they design their flyer, your face is on the flyer. And it is written area directors visit. This has a way of drawing their members. Okay, oh, our area director is coming. Then they show up. And of course, the agenda, you must have talked to the VP. Make sure that it's also written there that area directors moment of truth visit. It needs to be documented. I remember some of my past leaders, area directors, at times I look at my archives and I see, oh, this also person came to our club. Even when I was area director, all the visits were documented. So it's very important that you take care of this before you schedule your visit to the clubs within your area. And during your visit, thank God that we have the Amazon of etiquette on this call. The senior Toastmaster, Sonia Alana. Just as I'm dressed now, can you see this is my pin? This is actually DTM pin, the senior Toastmaster's pin, not division director, because I've become immediate past president, immediate past division director now. So you as area director, you need to dress properly. Like, look at this young man, Bola Yusuf. You need to dress properly. You can't just wear shirt and trousers as area director to visit your clubs. No, please dress properly. Dress professionally. Wear your Toastmasters name badge if you have, or the pin. Now, our brothers in Rotary, they don't play with. I remember Toastmaster, this guy has left Nigeria now. I can't remember his name now. He's always wearing that pin, Rotary pin. If you remember that brother, that Toastmaster, please, you can remind me. Toastmaster, is it Abuja City before he left this country? He's always wearing that. Make sure you get your own pin, area director. Wear it every time you go to any of the clubs within your area. Please get the pin. You can buy online, buy on Toastmasters website, and make sure you wear every official visit that you make to any club. Please wear your pin. And of course, you want to conduct the moment of truth, you need to get the documents printed out and shared with the club members so that you can conduct that exercise. After that, my leader said, even if you visited a club and you don't go back to your portal, it is very, very, in fact, that means we don't know that you visited that club. We don't know. The Toastmasters don't know. But you need to go back to the portal and log in and submit that report for that club. Submit that report for that club. If not, you are going to be doing yourself a disfavor. Now, I'm going to stop this slide and share with you. Let me share with you again the website. I just quickly want to share with us this website, the dashboard we have all been talking about. Let me see, where is it? Just give me a second. Toastmasters dashboard. Please, if you know how to access the Toastmasters dashboard, type in the dashboard in the comment box, yes. I know how to access the dashboard for Toastmasters. Type in the in the chat box, please. I want us to be sure that every one of us know how to access. This thing is not showing. It's not showing. Type in the chat box, I know how to. Just say yes, 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 yes. Okay, it was Montaz, Toastmaster Montaz. Thank you. I just remember now. Thank you for Toastmaster Mary, DTM Mary. Thank you for reminding me. Montaz. Oh, so this is the link. I will just share the link with us here. This dashboard takes us to all the regions in Toastmasters. I can't seem to, it's not showing on my screen. I wanted to share something with us and then we'll go into the minutes. Try it again. I promise you will not stay too long because my leaders have actually gone through everything we need to know today. Okay, all right, I found it. Confirm you can see my screen. All right, so I want to go to the divisions and the areas under District 130. Remember, this dashboard has not been cleaned by Toastmasters, that will be set to 0. So we will learn 1 or 2 things on this dashboard. Let's go to my division, where I just served as the division director. Okay, I want to share with you some things that area directors need to put their eyes on. Look at, this is Division C. Now in Division C, we had at base, we had 16 clubs, and then as of today, we have 18 clubs, right? If you look at Area 7 had 5 clubs, and all the 5 clubs became president distinguished. Why? Because the area director, including the club growth director and the club president, worked together. There was relationship management. And can you see this? All the 5 clubs became president distinguished. Now look at this club visit here. This is where I want you to look at very well. Can you see, before November, all the 5 clubs were visited, 4 clubs. Actually, the 5th one is a new club that was chartered recently. And then before May, that's why you see this area actually had 100% visits. 100% visit and 125% visit because they visited Admiralty again, which was before May. So that's why they have 125%. Look at here, Area 8. The area director visited the clubs, and because the report were given on time, they had 100%, 100%. Let's also look at the Area 9, same thing, 100%, 100%. Why? They knew that it was very important, just like DTM Stella would say, focus on what is important and urgent. Give attention to what is important and urgent. Very important. Some things are important, but they are not urgent. But the things that are important, club visit, you must do at least twice. 6 months, within the first 6 months and the remaining 6 months. Before November and before May, you already know this is what you need to do. So do it on time. In fact, make sure, like the district director, immediate past district director, Kayode used to say to us, before the district conference, that is before the end of April, whatever you need to do before the end of April, because the district is actually going to use the result by the end of April to give awards at the conference. I'm sure the senior Toastmaster will confirm, and during question and answer, you will help us shed more light on this aspect. If we can achieve our task before end of April, we will smile in May. We will get all the awards in May at the conference. And then by the time you are celebrating at your division level, you are just celebrating, having party. I told my PQD and my club group director, look, we have achieved the purpose, our target. Just celebrate people. That's why when we had our hand of tenure and award ceremony, it was all glamour. It was all celebration. But you need to do the work first. So area directors, please, we are encouraging you to start your visit on time. Call your president, call the VP education, ask for time, and then visit them. Now, it is during the process of visit that you are going to really know the health situation of the clubs within your area. Some clubs are sick. You can't hide. I will even show you. Let me show you one here. 2, I will show you. Let me show you this. We are leaders, and don't pretend anything. Once you see a sick club, all you need to do is what? Look for the right medicine. Look at this club. Now, their base was 21. They were required to have 20. As of today, 12. Guess what? They met their educational goal. They met their educational goal. Look at 4/4 here. Level 1, 4. level 2, everything. That is, this club is supposed to be president distinguished. But what happened? The required was not met. This is where you need to give them support. So the area director that is taking over from the past area director needs to sit down and coin out strategy to help them. Help the club within your area. My leaders have said something. You inherited, you are not allowed to lose any club. In fact, one of the clubs under me was suspended. I tell you the truth, the area director did not allow me to sleep, and I did not allow the district director to sleep. Every day we were on that case until that club the suspension was removed. Why? We put hands together. We work as a team. The club president, the area director, the division director, the district director, all of us. I'm sure he also called the regional advisor because of that particular club. And that club is doing fine now. That club became distinguished, which was the list anyway. So the area directors don't just relax and take title. You need to work with your clubs. And at this juncture, let me chip in. You need to be friendly with the president. The club president can resist you. If you sound bossy, or you sound like, not that I'm an area director, you command people. No, some club presidents are even not your mate by age. You must learn how to do what this English Toastmaster, Stella George, you call emotional intelligence. You must operate with emotion. You must respect people and be friendly with them. As you plan for this, your club visit, take a census, the demography of that club. Are they Gen Zs? Are they older people? Like if you come to my own club, they are grandparents there. And if you are the area director of that area, you need to deal with us because they are thinking about their grandparents and how their children were in the university or who want to get married. Like me now, I'm thinking about my daughter getting married. So when you are talking to me, you talk in the normal way. Okay, so you need to understand these parameters, take your time, ask questions, and deal with the club officers the way you want people to deal with you. That is respecting them. All right. So that is for this. And now I want us to do what is called a breakout session. I want us to go into breakout session. This Zoom master is going to share with us, or let me share it again. There's a document I want to share with us right now. And we are to look at these documents in our team. We should have, okay, please download these documents. The discussion. All right. I've just posted the documents in the chat box. Everybody, please download this. And then the Zoom master, please divide us into, I mean, are we on the call? We are 27 right now. Divide us to 3 groups. And when you are in your group, please discuss this.
Hello, sir. How many rooms are we looking at?
You master, please put us into different groups, Team A, Team B, and Team C. And let us discuss the questions in the, so I'm trying to share.
We actually have 2 rooms.
Look at the questions you're going to be discussing in your group.
Zoom master.
Yes, 3 minutes. Please, we will soon run off this meeting, but I want us to look at these questions. Number one. Please, Zoom Master, just put people in different rooms as you like.
Who are the people I'm putting in different rooms? So I'll know how to send an invite.
Please appoint one person to speak for your group. Attempt all these questions. What guides, reports, and data should you review prior to visiting the club? How do you build rapport with club officers? How does this process differ when working with corporate clubs compared to community clubs? Consider club visits you have experienced. What was positive about those club experiences? What was negative? What are the follow-up tasks after a visit? Please let us join now. Thank you. I'll be waiting for you in 15 minutes. I can still see about 12 persons on this call. Eleven persons on this call. You can leave my ancestors if you don't want to join, but let the area directors and division directors move into the various rooms. Division Director Gimbad Abubakar, please join a group. Young, Division C, please join a group. Okay, I think we, the facilitators, are here. Is it possible for me to join and go out of different groups? Zoom Master, so that I can see what they are doing. Zoom Master, is it possible for me to visit those rooms? This one is Elvis. Didn't hear you. Moderator.
Sir?
I can still see Fumi Omotoso here. I can still see Modest Lando here.
Please, where can we get the workbook? I can't find it.
You can't find what?
The workbook is
The
in the
workbook.
chat.
It's in the chat book. It's in the chat box.
I can't see it. Can it be resent?
Okay, let me send it again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, I believe the Zoom master is working to get them into the breakout rooms.
Okay, you went there with them.
No, he's still working to get them into the. They must have seen the invite. I don't know if they've joined any.
Okay. So I've just added, I just uploaded. Can you see it now?
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I hope timer knows that we have 15 minutes.
Photos Master
Timer joined them
Modest.
too.
Photos Master Modest. Can you just click on any of the breakout rooms and join, please? Abakar Gimba, are you in any breakout room?
Room 2, but I had to leave and come back. So maybe if you could reassign me to room 2, I think.
Okay. Zoom Master. The Zoom Master will do that. But on your screen, are you not saying join breakout room? Because I'm seeing on my own screen.
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Zoom Master, please. Abakar Gimba should be added to one of the breakout rooms.
Mr. Zoom Master, I'm still yet to see the prompt. Still here.
Let me try to get the attention of the Zoom Master. I'll get back to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
DTM Gimba. DTM Gimba.
Yes, sir. I am not able to join the breakout room. I'm yet to see the prompt.
If you look up your screen to your left, top left, you see a room there. Just join. You see breakout room. Click it and it take you to the room.
Top left?
Yes, you see breakout. Depending on if you are using phone or you are using system.
I'm joining from system.
Okay, so if you are joining from system, you see more on the menu, that more. Then you see join breakout room.
Okay, I clicked more, but I only see record Q&A, docs, notes, whiteboard. They are reset to default.
I'm even
I think
seeing
maybe
it
there's
here.
Which room you want to join, sir?
Room 2, I believe. That's what I was supposed to join before network kicked me out. Room 2. Okay, yes, I've seen it. Thank you.
Emma, how many minutes more?
My digital, how many minutes is the breakout session, sir?
15 minutes.
We have 10 more minutes more. 10 more minutes.
Okay. You have to be Zoom master. Once it's 10 minutes, just send a message that, or maybe 2 minutes to the end of the time allotted, send a message to round up and join the main group. Moderator, check my message to you on WhatsApp.
IPD, sir. How many more minutes do they have?
Keep in touch.
Timer.
Just keep in touch.
Timer should tell her 5 more minutes or something.
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
Sir? What?
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
6 more minutes?
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 more minutes. The Zoom master, 1 minute more, sir.
Yes, sir.
My Zoom master, our time is up.
Yes. 7 seconds now, all the rooms will close and they'll come back to the meeting room, the main meeting room.
Madam Chair, you're muted. Madam Chair, if you can hear anybody, if you can hear me, you're muted.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, so
Yes.
you're going.
Okay, I can
Say
hear you.
again. Say again. Are you still speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm happy to have two experiences because it goes back by itself.
Okay,
Are you
yes.
muting me
Of
from
a
time
break.
to time? A corporate one and a community one. The community one is not in place yet, but the corporate one started, just started. And we had our first sessions last Thursday, this Thursday. They have already chosen their paths. They are ready to go into preparing the speeches and delivering whatever paperwork needs to be done with them. So we were prompting them to be ready so that very soon we can start and get everybody on board and feel comfortable so that the level of confidence and
Like Madam Chair
enthusiasm will
is
not die down.
representing the group and she's
Yes.
delivering her reports.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay, are we all back? Wow, the number has reduced to 24. Are we all back? Confirm that you can hear my voice if we are all on this call again.
In the room, huh?
Yes, sir. Can hear.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very
Okay.
much. How was the exercise? We had 3 groups. Quickly, let's look at the group. I hope you have selected your group leader who is going to speak for 2 minutes on what you have learned and the questions that were raised. How did you give answers so that we can all learn together? So
This can't be me.
Okay, you were in a group. I hope you selected a team lead to speak for 2 minutes. So team 1, who is speaking for you? Share with us questions and answers, challenges and solutions that you experienced.
Sorry, I don't
Team
know
1.
if our team is team 1. I didn't
Okay,
check.
room 1. Were you in room 1?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
we were in room 1.
Room 1, okay. Okay, thank you very
were in
much.
room 1. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. So we looked at the successful club visits, and we looked at questions 1 and 2. The first question is.
Hold on, please. Hold on, just one side, Anade. Please, before while she's preparing to talk to us, there is a link that we need to fill. There's a form we need to fill. The form for the rest of us. Please go ahead and fill the form while we listen to Toastmaster Anade. Right. AD28.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So we talked about the first question we answered was what guides, reports, and data should you review prior to visiting a club? And one of the first things we identified was the previous area director's club visit report. And in fact, having a conversation with the previous area director to find out what needs to be known about the club, their strengths, their weaknesses, and all of that. And then we also talked about having a conversation with the immediate past president as well. We talked about looking at the club success plan. We talked about looking at the DCP dashboard and also looking at the club roster and the meeting schedule. And we also talked about before visiting the club officially, we could go there privately, not like an unofficial visit. Go and just see what happens and have a view of what the strengths, weaknesses opportunities and threats. Basically do a SWOT analysis of the club before you visit. Those are the main things I recall that I took note of. And for the second question, should I go to the second one as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the second question was, how do you build rapport with club officers? How does this process differ when you're working with corporate clubs compared to community clubs? And what we said was that, first of all, if you apply Toastmasters' core values of integrity, service, respect, and excellence, that you're definitely not going to have a problem creating a rapport. And in addition to that, there are stakeholder engagement models. And one of the ones we talked about was the ROOF model: respect, openness, objectivity, and feedback. When you apply that, you build rapport. Then listen more than you speak. One of our ADs talked about how she had a conversation with a club president, and the club president said she felt heard. She felt seen. Why? Just because the AD listened. That was all she did. And then on community versus corporate clubs, we said we agreed at a fundamental level that they are all human beings. They're all human beings. So if you apply the principle or the core value of respect, you would build rapport with anybody. But when you now talk about corporate clubs, sometimes you have to know, the messaging has to be more nuanced because they are in an organization. So you have to focus on what's in them. How does this Toastmasters benefit them in their organization? We talked about how we also need to adjust our visits to, because the timing of their meetings might be a bit different. They might meet during office hours, so it might not be like community clubs that typically meet after office hours. So we need to factor that in. We also need to factor in how, because there are some of these corporate clubs that are in locations that you can't just walk in. So you have to factor in getting all the necessary approvals and all the requisite security clearance that would enable you to visit. Those were the major things we talked about. For the corporate clubs, we also said that we should look at strategies that would make the members stand out, because in some corporate clubs, other people have joined just because they saw how our members presented themselves. So we should do that. But at a very fundamental level, they're all human beings. If you apply respect and just mutual understanding, you'll be able to build rapport.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Team One. Thank you very much for that report. Indeed, you have had a session, and thank you for bringing out those points. I would like room two, team two, to take the third. The third question is, consider club visits you have experienced. What was positive about those experiences? What was negative? Now, all of us here were club presidents, so we have witnessed when our area directors came. I was in a group. I came in quietly, and somebody said, area director did not share the moment of truth document, but came to deliver a speech. I was shocked. That means moment of truth exercise was not done. If an area director comes and deliver a speech, you are not supposed to deliver speech. It is to conduct moment of truth. So let's learn from that. You don't come and deliver speech. It's not a speech project. It is an exercise that you need to conduct. Documents need to be printed, downloaded, and printed before you arrive that place. Make sure you have them with you. The VP education of the president or yourself can print and take to the club and then administer those documents. So team B, please address this question. While team C, we address what are the follow-up tasks after a visit. Those who are in room 2, who is your representative? Who is your class captain? You have 2 minutes. Who is speaking for you? Room 2.
I will speak for room 2.
Okay,
Can you hear
Brian,
me?
go ahead. Fine.
Yes, good afternoon, DTM, sir. So in room 2, when we consider the third question, consider club visits you have
I have filled the
experienced. What
form.
was positive? Sorry,
I
someone
have
speaking.
filled the form. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Pardon?
Zoom Master, can you mute AD13, please?
Okay, so from our experiences as people who have been members of clubs and have experienced club visits, for the negative experience, you mentioned one already, age of truth. There was also it was also mentioned that sometimes in these visits, they speak about the moments of truth, but they leave the members confused rather than informed about what the moments of truth is. They just come speak about the moments of truth, and people don't understand what's going on and they're confused. For the positive experiences, something that was highlighted was that ADs can, when they visit, positive experiences include ADs visiting and help the club see their activities in a new light, in a way they had not considered. It also happens that ADs visit and they help the club notice blind spots that they did not even know existed before. Because when the AD visits, coming from his or her own club or experience from clubs other than the club being visited, they come with better ideas or more polished ideas. And by the time they evaluate what has happened in a club meeting, they can shed new light on the activities of the club and help the executives and members see everything that happens in a new light that can help them improve the club and take the club forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, this is a big challenge, what you just raised now. Can an area director, and it should not happen during your time, as area director, you must implement the exercise. You must take the exercise. You must take the exercise. The documents are not much. There are 6 parameters, I guess. Download them, take them to the clubs, and let them fill the form. It is through filling the forms that you are actually going to see what is happening, the status of the club, the condition of the club. It's impossible that an area director should go to a club and just deliver a speech and then the members get more confused. That's trouble. So this is an exercise for you, area directors. Log into your portal, Toastmasters portal, type moment of truth. It's a document. In fact, I'm going to send to your division directors the link so they can download ahead and plan ahead. Give information to the president ahead of time so that the experience will be sweet for the members. It is also not good for you to say you visited a club when you did not visit. That means you have lost one of the core values of Toastmasters, which is integrity. And when you do such a thing, it's going to dovetail to the people you are leading. They are following you. It's okay if this man, if this lady can say that he visited us, but he didn't visit really, what impression are you giving? Bad impression. So area directors, you are representing the district. You must visit those clubs and you must administer the moment of truth exercise. The first visit between now and November, you should do that. Okay? Between now and November, you should do that. The second visit is to now check the recommendations you gave the first visit. For example, maybe you recommended they should have visitors book in the first visit. Even before the second visit, you should have even gone there again, like Toastmaster Ranade said, unofficially. Just go and check. We recommended that you should have visitors book. He didn't get the visitors book. Why? He talked to the president, or vice president of education, or the secretary, as the case may be. The second visit is basically to confirm if they followed the observations. They took care of the observation you had at the first visit. This is very, very important. Area directors, please. And division directors, if you supervise, you are the CEO of your division. You need to also help the area directors and confirm, really. At times, when I see a flyer of an area director visiting a club, I will just go there quietly without telling them. I'll just appear there. In fact, I will just stay behind somewhere. Once they start the meeting, I will now enter and sit, just to observe whether the area directors have done their visit. So, thank you very much, Toastmaster Omombola, right? Okay,
Yes.
the last question there is, what are the follow-up tasks after a visit? Those of us in room 3. Who is representing us? Room 3.
Okay, thank you very much, the facilitator. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone in this call. So the question is, right, in our own group, right, the question is, what are the follow-up tasks after a visit? That's it, right?
Yes.
So the follow-up tasks after an area director's visit is for the area director to first prepare the report of the visit that has been done or conducted. So after the report has been written, the next is for it to be filled on the dashboard on the report. Then that will be submitted to the all headquarters to show that actually tax has been done. So this particular tax and evidence will be shared with the president and vice president of the club concerned of that particular visit on the email with an email. That's it. And then the last one is for the area director to note all those issues that has been raised, or those recommendations that has been raised, whether it has been done or not, for it to prepare the area director for the next visit. That's if the area director is doing it for the first time, or it will help him for the second visit. That's the tax done after an area director's visit in the club. So that's
Thank
it.
you.
So,
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Suraya, Area 11 Director, Division C. Thank you very much for that contribution. And collectively, the last part talks about challenges, common club challenges, minus those who have spoken already, those who are part of the members of your team. Please, can you just, each person, 1 minute, what are the challenges you notice, common club challenges and solutions that you preferred in your group when you were discussing it? Any member of room 1, room 2, room 3 can respond to this. What are the challenges you identified? You can mention one and then the solution. Mention one solution so that we can round up this session. You belong to room 1, room 2, room 3. Quickly, can we do that? Okay, you want the chair wants to respond to that.
A debriefing after all the
Okay,
trainers.
All right.
And
thank you very much.
The facilitators have it.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, I want to appreciate every one of us for being part of this. Please consult with immediate past area director. Consult with immediate past area director. If possible, through your division director, consult your immediate division director. These are resources for you to excel in your task. So I wish you, every one of us, the best in this new year. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, DTM, sir. Thank you for a wonderful and impactful session. From the beginning of this training, we learned how to stay connected, tuned, and focused on the role that is in front of us. Thank you very much, our education chair, for that catchy phrase. DTM Sonia made us understand what is expected from us as AD and DDs. And the DTM, Titi Ojo, taught us what it means by club quality. And then we went through the session. Is someone saying something? Toastmaster Suraya, please. Suraya.
Zoom Master, can you mute her? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she has been muted. Thank you very much. And so she told us that to have quality, club quality, there has to be membership engagement, build a solid foundation, and data is important. DTM Stella made us understand that it's not just about creating clubs, but nurturing them and ensuring that those that we already have on ground are properly sustained. DTM Winston taught us that these clubs need support too for us to be able to achieve our DCP goals. He gave us a walk through the DCP, the scenarios, true scenarios and suggested answers to them. And our Jagaban has given us the breakout sessions where we were able to discuss way forward and what we ought to do during club visits. Having said that, we have indeed spent our time today. I am going to invite back to the lectern the Chairman, Education and Training for District 130, DTM Zalia. Please, ma, the virtual lecture is yours. Sorry, baby.
Unmute yourself.
We cannot hear you, ma'am. Muted.
Thank you, everyone. I'm grateful to all of you for your commitment and for your hard work. I remember at the beginning, I was wondering, how are we going to turn the impossible into possible? And we all did it. This is a collective victory, and we need to celebrate. I'm particularly grateful to DTM Oludaisi, who right from the beginning was involved and also looked for perfect, almost perfect, excellent moderator, excellent timer, excellent Zoom master. Without these three key people, we wouldn't have had the meeting at all. So I'm grateful to you. But I'm particularly grateful to Amina Talatu Abdullahi, who I found out is not just a moderator, a seasoned moderator. She is also my twin.
Look at you now.
Right. And when I look at Elvis did a wonderful job, to be honest. I don't have a hat to say a hat off, but it looks like it. And I also have our timer. The timer was silent. He never spoke, but he was there, present, concrete, and also impactful. Thank you for doing so. And to the rest of participants, I see most of them have already left, but I would like to tell them how I felt. I saw their enthusiasm, their keen interest in learning, and their commitment. So these directors and area directors and division directors are certainly going to make an impact back to their sites. And I can anticipate with them the success and the collective victory. I would not finish without making a bow to the trainers, to the seasoned trainers. You are wonderful. You have shared all your knowledge with us. And we came almost empty, and you filled us with your passion, with your knowledge, with your experience, and we are happy about all this. Thank you again. Thanks, everyone. I know that many participants were asking questions. It's not to bother us, it's to enlighten the session and bring more clarity so that we can know more, learn more, experience more, because this is Toastmasters, a world where leaders are made. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So I remind everyone that we are going to another room for the session. But I think the debriefing session is for
the trainers.
It's for 6.
Thank you, everyone.
But Nicole is also expecting us to be together in a room so that we can have a quick one. So Luda, you see, maybe you can stay and
okay.
You should stay.
I will stay.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
All right. Aminata
and all the role players, you stay, and we have
area directors. See you.
Okay, bye. Thank you and good luck.
Is the meeting over so that I can?
Yes, the meeting over timer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Zoom Master, don't knock us out. You can stop the recording, Zoom Master.
Thank you, leaders.